We have welcome note by our Dean Sange Dorji. I would like to invite Dean once again to take the floor.
Kuzambola, a very good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Mbonam Chilling, Finance Minister of Bhutan, Tashu Kesendeki, Honorable Secretary, Minister of Finance, World Governor of Bhutan, Mr. Tashi Toke, Deputy Auditor General, Royal Audit Authority of Bhutan, eminent speakers, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sange Dorji, the founding Dean of JSW School of Law, in short, JSW Law. On behalf of JSW Law and the conference organizers, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you to our first national conference on public contracts in celebration and commemoration of His Majesty's birth anniversary, as well as the Foundation Day of JSW Law. As the first and only tertiary legal institution in the country, JSW Law is building its capacity to play its role in legal research and related fields. JSW Law will strive to create neutral platforms for exchanges between stakeholders from diverse backgrounds to deliberate on important aspects relating to law and governance. One such platform is the GNH and Law Conference series, held biennially since 2018, which has created excellent opportunities for discussions at the international level relating to the relationship between gross national happiness and the law. I am happy that we could add another platform today, specifically for discourse on public contracts. We believe that a platform dedicated to this important subject is very relevant and timely for Bhutan's development phase. I am sure our stakeholders will welcome this initiative and lend their full support. As you are aware, although our original plan was to host the conference in person, we had to change to a hybrid format with international participants attending virtually and local participants attending in person. Unfortunately, we had to shift the entire conference online due to the most recent COVID-19 restrictions imposed on public gatherings. I'm sure you will appreciate that and bear with any inconvenience that the virtual format might pose. The objective of this conference is to bring together academic scholars, researchers, judges, lawyers, procurement experts, and policy makers from the government, corporate and private sectors, and other relevant organizations involved in public procurement. We hope to be able to provide the much needed space for knowledge sharing among the stakeholders, both Bhutanese and outsiders, to help identify issues and challenges in public contracts and recommend solutions. Contracts and public procurements are a major concern in Bhutan, as is the case in many developing countries due to the high vulnerability to corruption. The impact is very huge based on the increased capital budget allocation on public procurement year-on-year basis. In its annual reports, the Royal Audit Authority has reported cases related to embezzlement, fraud, corruption, lapses, and breach of rules and regulations in public procurement. In its latest report for the fiscal year 2020-2021, the Royal Audit Authority pointed out that irregularities incurred due to non-compliance of procurement norms alone were over neutrons 1.9 billion. It also highlighted the acceptance of poor quality of goods, making excess payment, underutilization of goods by the government agencies caused wastage of government funds. The reports pointed out fragmented government policies and directives, weak enforcement, accountability and sanctions, lack of professional capacity, and limited use of ICT-enabled procurement platforms as leading causes for irregularities. Likewise, the Anti-Corruption Commission has also identified public procurement and construction as areas of high risk for corruption. The Commission's corruption risk management, focusing on areas of public procurement, found embezzlement, collusion between the procurement officer and suppliers or contractors, favoritism in the award of the tender, manipulation of bidding documents and master rule payment, breach of confidentiality, and bid rigging by the bidders as some of the elements. Lack of integrity, due diligence, and non-compliance to the rules and regulations were identified as probable causes for these risks. We are fortunate to have relevant participants from the Judiciary, Procurement Management and Development Division of the Ministry of Finance, Office of the Attorney General, Royal Audit Authority, engineers, lawyers, arbitrators, academicians, and foreign experts who are best suited to engage in this discourse to help Bhutan overcome these challenges. Before I close, I would like to quote His Majesty the King pertinent to this topic. I quote, "We must preempt these profound developments by restructuring the budget process, financial norms, and procurement systems to fast-track our transition to a knowledge-based and tech-driven economy," unquote. Finally, I would like to wish this conference every success, and in this regard, I assure you that the conference coordinators will do their best to make this conference interesting and productive. Karanchila, thank you for your patient listening.
Very good afternoon and good evening from our distinguished delegates and the key speakers who are joining from outside and having a different time zone. Distinguished delegates, eminent speakers, and the participants joining us from abroad as well as from within, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, let me express my sincere gratitude to JSW and the judiciary fraternity led by Honorable Chief Justice for giving me this opportunity to be the part of this very important national event, and that too coinciding with a very exciting national event that is the 42nd birth anniversary of our beloved King. Let me also thank JSW Law for initiating our first ever national conference on public contracts. It is encouraging to see more than 14 agencies and over 30 participants from private, government, and the corporate sectors, including individual scholars and academicians from within and outside of Bhutan participating in this conference. I am glad that this conference will create a space and provide a desirable platform for relevant stakeholders to come together and discuss and understand the complexities of public procurement, and as well share our experience and learn from global best practices. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the nation celebrates the 42nd birth anniversary of His Majesty the King, Jimmy Kesar Namgye Onchu, in solemn faith and prayers, let me join the nation in submitting my sincere prayers and wishes for the health and happiness of our beloved King. Thank you, Your Majesty, for all your personal sacrifices made to protect our country and people from otherwise the devastating impact of this pandemic. As the entire world is grappling with the pandemic and its subsequent variation in the virus strains causing different forms of COVID variants, in Bhutan, we have done fairly well in the overall management of a COVID pandemic. And this couldn't have been possible without the leadership and wisdom of His Majesty the King. I'm also glad to inform the august gathering here that we have translated the shortcomings stemming out of the pandemic into the opportunity for us to reset our button. Hence, several reform initiatives are currently underway The reform agendas are mostly aligned into education, taxes, public finance management, which also includes the public procurement and human capital development. Ladies and gentlemen, a good public procurement system is key to ensuring a delivery of services by government agencies in a timely and resource efficient manner. As we all are aware, public procurement involves spending a substantial amount of public money. Similarly, Bhutan's public procurement accounts for a huge portion of national budget every year and has increased proportionately in the last 5 years. As we all know that major chunk of our capital budget is into public procurement, it is of utmost importance that Bhutan has a well-designed public procurement system in place, which will ensure the highest standard of due diligence, accountability, and integrity. Transparent and fair tendering process, efficient execution of contractual obligations, and an effective dispute settlement mechanisms are fundamental to good procurement system. In order to ensure better accountability in the procurement cycle, the budgetary agencies are subject to auditing both at the agency level and as well as by the external auditing authority on an annual basis. In the financial year 2020 and 21, the Royal Audit Authority has observed a total irregularity of new 4 billion, and majority of these irregularities are reported to have resulted out of mismanagement, non-compliance to the rules, and other forms of lapses in the public procurement system. Like elsewhere, the public procurement of works and services involves payment in millions to contractors and suppliers of goods and services. However, the reports about a poor quality of a public infrastructure, goods and services have become a norm, resulting in the loss of public trust and wastage of our already stretched and scarce public resources. Past audit reports have consistently pointed to weak internal control systems, including lack of strong leadership and ethical standards. In short, pointing to the urgent need for the major reform in the public procurement system to ensure we have a better accountability. Distinguished participants, if we may remember, in the royal address during the 114th National Day, His Majesty has made a specific reference to accountability as being fundamental to rule of law. His Majesty stressed the need to embrace and adopt relevant emerging technologies in improving our public procurement system. Efficiency, transparency, and accountability can be drastically improved if we adopt the right technology accompanied by a positive change of our mindset and, of course, our attitude. In Bhutan, we have already rolled out electronic government procurement system in a phased manner, and we will be launching the third phase of electronic government procurement system, which encompasses of a major component to enable online bid evaluation and award of contracts. This will really help us in reducing human interface, leading to a so-called a perceived corruption related to award of contracts. This conference is very timely and aligned with the major institutional reforms being initiated in the country. One critical areas of improvement is in the areas of awarding contract. His Majesty, the King, has always emphasized the importance of drawing up a good contracts, particularly for protecting the rights of the people and in the larger interest of the country. Furthermore, good contracts are cornerstone of growing economies. If I may recall, during the royal audience to JSW Law College, His Majesty reminded that, I quote, upskilling and training would be required to stay relevant in 40 years, and that our future must not be built on default mode, but by design and strategy, I unquote. Likewise, public procurement contracts must safeguard the quality of infrastructure through a well-defined clauses relating to the accountability of parties accompanied by the capability to enforce the contracts. In addition to the lack of an effective accountability mechanism, poorly drafted public contracts continue to result in huge unnecessary losses to the government exchequer. Therefore, it is of a critical importance for the government to have a proper system in place which requires thorough review of a contractual obligations and terms before execution of public contracts. It is only through a disciplined practices of a due diligence that we will be able to ensure good public contracts in the country. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with regard to public procurement reforms, the Royal Government of Bhutan, under the stewardship of Ministry of Finance, has reformed our procurement rules in recent times to address the emerging challenges. I'm sure such reforms will also bring better transparency and accountability in the public procurement, as well as also to help the streamline in procuring processes and improving efficiency. An effective and efficient dispute settlement mechanism is another important component of public contracts. We must urgently reform our dispute settlement mechanisms and develop our capacity to keep up with the emerging needs related to the efficient and fair dispute settlement services. Our dispute settlement system must ensure public confidence through fairness and through efficiency. To achieve this ideal state, we will need to improve the infrastructure of our ADR center, strengthen the services it provides by adopting strong ethical standards and integrity amongst the professionals involved in dispute settlements. Our arbitrators and judicial personnel must upskill themselves to best meet these emerging needs. To sum this up, proper enforcement of public contracts can be possible only through an effective and robust dispute settlement mechanisms. I would like to urge the participants to explore and evaluate this important subject during the 3 days and come up with the realistic recommendations as an outcome of this very important conference. I hope that this conference will help bring all the stakeholders and partners together as a harmonious and unified team in achieving our national goal. I am hopeful that our international experts will share your experience and expertise to lift the spirit of our reform initiatives under public procurement. As a byproduct of this first conference, I am confident that our collective wisdom and experience will help in the development of academic materials on public procurement. I'm also hopeful that the material will also not only help JSW Law in its academic discourse, but also contribute immensely to the encouraging more research and upskilling of our professionals. This conference would not have been possible without the blessings of Her Royal Highness, the Princess Sonam Dichenwangchu, the pioneer of judicial system in the country. I wish you all an enjoyable and successful virtual conference, and I'm optimistic that the world will heal soon from the menace of the ongoing pandemic. I wish you the best, the very best, and thank you and tashdile. Have a good day.
Thank you, His Excellency, for that very enlightening address. We have next the launch of the first set of JSW Law textbooks, a lot of hard work and sweat coming into fruition. So may I invite Dean on stage to present the books virtually and our student Yishitama to guide us through.
Today, on this auspicious day, we are pleased to launch Professor Doji Galson's 2 books. Firstly, Dangtim Rikpi Tangtikle, Tensik Rikpanyimi User, and secondly, Dangtim Rikpi Tangtikle, Riglam Dawi User, edited by Dr. Kamafunto, a Buddhist scholar and founder of Lodin Foundation. Dorji Gelson completed his bachelor's degree in Buddhist philosophy from Ngajur Nyingma University, Mysore, India. He received his master in Buddhist philosophy in 2000 and doctorate in Buddhist philosophy in 2003 from the same university. He served as lecturer and head of department at the Institute of Language and Culture Studies and has served in Royal Thimphu College. He currently serves as Associate Professor of Law at Jigme Singye Wanchu School. Next, we are pleased to launch Rinzawandi's book, Duktum Jungrap Pindi Rilso, edited by Sangye Dendok, Chief Program Officer of Department of Culture. Rinzawandi completed his BA in Buddhist philosophy from the Institute of Ngajur Nyingma, Mysore, India, and PG Diploma in National Language course in 1998. He served as Dongben Robjam at the judiciary, prior to which he worked as Chief Research Officer at the High Court. He has published several books such as The Legal Dictionary, Building the Supreme Court, Source of Law and Court Quest, Judiciary of Batan. He currently serves as Associate Professor at Jigme Singye Wanchu School of Law. Next, we're pleased to launch Kempo Ngawang Shera Plentup's book, Nyenga Rangpi Zuksumgi Namshe, Chiki Ponye Dinlu, edited by Kempo Funsotashi, former director of Paro Museum. Kempo Ngawang completed his BA and MA in Buddhist literature and philosophy from Ngajur Nyingma Institute, Mysore, India. He also completed his doctorate in Buddhist philosophy from the same institute. He was a lecturer at College of Language and Culture Studies at Taksi and currently serves as assistant professor at Jigme Singye Wanchu School of Law. Last but not the least, we're pleased to launch Sonam Sring's book, Contracts Drafting the Bhutanese Way, edited by Russell Dalfers, an independent consultant in writing and editing and an attorney based in USA. Sonam Sring completed his law degree from Bharati Vidyapat Deemed University, Pune, India, and postgraduate diploma in national law from the Royal Institute of Management, Thimphu. He served as secretary in the National Assembly of Bhutan. He also served as legal advisor and assistant legal officer, as well as media spokesperson at Bhutan Narcotic Control Authority and Narcotic Tobacco Control Board, where he was fully involved in the drafting of and implementation of the Tobacco Act and narcotic drugs, psychotropic substance, and substance abuse laws, and has received the Regional Directors Award, Southeast Asian Regional Organization, WHO. He has published several articles and papers for Bhutan Law Review and in the print media and other publications. He currently serves as senior lecturer at Jigme Singye Wanchu School of Law. We would like to inform that these books are in review publication and would be made available once the final editions are done. We congratulate all the authors and eagerly look forward to its publication. Thank you.
Good Zangput to everyone, Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Namge, the Finance Minister, Honorable Secretary Rashu Kizang, Minister of Finance, Honorable Deputy Auditor General Mr. Tashitoke, distinguished guests, keynote speakers, participants of the conference. We are finally here on this auspicious day to celebrate the 42nd birth anniversary of His Majesty the King and the Law School Foundation. And as a part of this, we are organizing this important event. May I take the opportunity to wish you all in good health and happiness once again. As we begin this exciting journey of 3-day conference, I would like to take the privilege of taking this dais to brief you on this conference. This conference is divided into 3 days and there are 12 sessions, of which 2 sessions are allotted to 7 eminent keynote speakers and 8 sessions for the participants and 1 opening and 1 session for closing. Each session will have a minimum of 2 speakers and maximum of 4 speakers. For the keynote session, each speaker is allotted a maximum of 20 minutes for your presentation, followed by question and answer session, which will be all together after everybody presents. There is a separate question and answer for that. For the two participants, 30 minutes is allotted, and for all the participants, your presentation, maximum time allotted is 15 minutes each. The session moderators will introduce the members in the session and decide when and whether to float the questions and answers to the audience or fellow speakers. The session, for your information, besides the keynote speakers and participants, we also have a number of invitees and other guests as well as our students joining us today. Our students are joining us by YouTube live through a privately generated link, and will also be uploading today's session on YouTube for public viewing in the evening, and will be sharing the links to other social media accounts of the law school. Those who are joining live, including our students and faculty, are requested to send us your questions by tapping in the YouTube comment section or via Zoom chat. We will pass the questions to the moderator. Let me also request the speakers to share your slides from your own computer. This is because through our dry run and experience has shown that sharing PowerPoint from slides from here takes some time, causing some delay on your side. Therefore, moderators and we would like to propose that if it is comfortable to you, please share your slides from your computer. However, we do have a backup of all the presentation in case if you need our assistance to flash your slides from here due to network congestion, poor connectivity, or other reasons. We will be more than happy to provide you with that assistance. If you are logged out of the Zoom for any reason, including due to technical glitches here, please rejoin using the same link, and if you need assistance, please use the email thread in the final update from our site or call us the numbers that were provided in your email. With this, may I take the liberty to wish all the scholars, practitioners, and moderators best wishes and good luck with this day's conference. Finally, let me join the rest of the team in wishing His Majesty a happy birthday, and I would like to thank you everybody and wish you best of luck. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to hand it over to the MC to this program.
Thank you, Professor Sonam, for the run-through of the conference. Next, we have is our second session, which is the keynote speakers session, and it will be moderated by Professor Michael. To briefly introduce the moderator, in May 2016, Michael Pyle was appointed as Vice Dean of Jimmy Singh Wanchu School of Law by Her Royal Highness Aji Sonam Dechi Wanchu. Michael Pyle has served as a consultant to JSW Law School, formerly known as the Royal Institute of Law, since February 2013. He previously served as Associate Dean for International Programs at Washington University School of Law in St. Louis, USA, and as Executive Director of the International Law Students Association. He received his bachelor's degree from Wake Forest University and his Juris Doctor from Cornell Law School. I would like to invite Professor Michael to take over the session. Thank you.
Your Excellency Limpo Namge, Finance Secretary Dasho Kezangdeki, Dean Sange Dorji, esteemed guests, colleagues, and students, a very good morning from snowy Thimphu. I'd like to begin by joining my colleagues and friends in this room and around the world in wishing His Majesty the Duke Gyalpo the happiest of birthdays, and in wishing the entire country continued fortune under his wise leadership. I'd like to thank my colleagues Sonam Sereng, Kinzang Dema, and the entire conference planning committee for your work in putting together this ambitious and valuable 3-day program, and I thank you for inviting me to participate. My name is Michael Pyle, and I am the White & Case LLP founding vice dean and an associate professor of law here at JSW School of Law. I have the honor to host this keynote speaker session, which will set the tone for the remainder of this conference. We have 4 learned and experienced speakers who will, as you will see, approach procurement in public contracts through a variety of lenses. Our first speaker is Dasho Kezangdeki. Dasho is the Finance Secretary of the Royal Government of Bhutan. She holds a master's degree in public finance from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Tokyo and a Bachelor of Commerce with honors from KM College, Delhi University. Dasho joined the civil service in 1993 as an income tax officer and served as collector in the Department of Revenue and Customs from 2010 to 2014, during which time, no doubt, she collected some of my taxes. She was appointed one of the 4 commissioners of the Royal Civil Service Commission from March 2014 to March 2019. Dasho also served as Director General of the Department of National Properties from May 2019 to August of 2021, prior to her appointment on 14th August of that year as Finance Secretary. Dasho carries vast experience in public finance and public service delivery in Bhutan. She's a board member in such international and regional organizations as the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and too many others to count. Dasho will now speak to us on the topic of good governance through public procurement. Dasho, if I may, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael, and it's good to see you after a very long time. Your Excellency, Lumbunamge Tsering, Finance Minister, Dean Sangedoji, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I would first of all like to convey my gratitude to Dean Sange and the conference coordinators for inviting me to participate in this national conference. Like Michael introduced, I joined the civil service in 1992, and back then we still do undertake oath-taking ceremony. And looking at the conference topic today, public contract, I am trying to relate it to my own personal journey as having entered into a contract with the citizens and the government to give myself to the service of the king, country, and people. Having been appointed as the Finance Secretary on 14th August 2021, I would like to believe that this is the fruit of having fulfilled or abided by the contractual agreement I entered into in 1992. However, I continue to seek the blessings of Guru Rinpoche, Shabdungawan Namgyal, to be able to continue to fulfill the aspirations of His Majesty the King, the government, and the citizens. Today, as Finance Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, I firmly believe that the topic we are going to discuss today is of utmost importance to my country. I will be focusing on good governance. So starting with good governance is one of the 4 pillars of Bhutan's development philosophy, gross national happiness. So what is it? I personally believe it is about the process of making and implementing decisions. It is not about making the correct decision, but the best possible process for making those decisions which are correct for the country and helpful for the society. So as Finance Secretary, what is the mission of the Ministry of Finance? If we look at the current realities facing Bhutan, to quote some, we have the graduation of Bhutan from LIC to MIC by 2023. We have capital expenditures increasing. While capital expenditure is increasing, we also have underutilization on capital expenditure. As has already been pronounced by my minister, procurement irregularities, which is leading to cost and time overrun and increasing the cost of our investment. To look at other social issues, we have productive citizens leaving Bhutan. and I'm sure everybody can relate to it. Right now, with the pandemic, we have domestic revenue not being able, having difficulty in meeting the increasing recurrent expenditure. We have contraction in economic activities, which results in decelerating the economic growth. So my mission and vision for Ministry of Finance is to achieve economic self-reliance and stability towards a developed Bhutan by ensuring fiscal sustainability and ensuring macroeconomic stability. So the question is, how do we in the Ministry of Finance ensure fiscal sustainability? It is through effective resource mobilization on the one hand, while we also try to maintain prudent expenditure on the other. Yes, domestic resources may not be enough. We will have to resort to grants and loans. While resorting to the loans, we have to also ensure that we maintain a sustainable debt for the country. And to ensure macroeconomic stability, it has to be done through inclusive and diversified sustainable economic growth. So what is the guiding principle or the contract that we have to follow in the Ministry of Finance? Towards fulfilling this mission, the Ministry of Finance remains guided by Section 5 of Article 14 of the Constitution of the Kingdom of Bhutan, which states that the government shall exercise proper management of the monetary system and public finance. It shall ensure that servicing of public debt will not place an undue burden on future generations. This is a difficult task. How do we go about fulfilling this mandate of the Ministry of Finance? I would like to recall and take you all back to His Majesty's address on the 114th National Day on 17 December 2021. I quote, as underpinned in our age-old saying, the golden yoke of secular laws, accountability must henceforth become the cornerstone of governance. We must correct those who deviate, be firm with those who do not deliver, replace those who are incompetent, and terminate those who underperform, and have therefore become a liability to our system and nation. We must not hesitate to expose those who engage in corrupt practices so that we send a strong signal to deter others from doing so. So I think these words from His Majesty articulates what good governance is all about. So why does good governance matter for the Ministry of Finance or for the country as a whole? As a developing nation and recognizing the importance of prudent expenditure, especially in investment on infrastructure for private sector development, job creation, and boosting economic activities, the government allocates a substantial amount of capital budget on an annual basis. It has been increasing over the years, and in this current fiscal year, it is 49% of the budget is allocated for capital expenditure. Why I talk about capital expenditure? Because these expenditures on infrastructure developments are financed through external grants, loans, and internal borrowings. But the question we need to ask ourselves is, have we been able to reap the economic dividends from the increased spending on infrastructure? Like it has already been mentioned by my minister, there has been proliferation, expansion of substandard infrastructure without deriving optimal returns and burdening with high maintenance costs. Therefore, it is my top priority as well as timely now that we have a robust public procurement system and public investment management mechanism in place for effective and efficient prioritization, implementation, and utilization of the limited public resources while ascertaining the value for the money from public investment. So instead of just spending more, we need to strive to spend better. We should never seek to make our own lives easier at the expense of shifting the burden of debt to future generation. That would not be responsible. Instead, We should always seek to pass a secure and a self-reliant baton to our future generations. Therefore, going forward, it is timely for us as decision makers and implementers to acknowledge the existing shortcomings in the public procurement system and re-engineer our thought process towards building a robust public procurement and public investment management. Public procurement, people usually, when I talk about public procurement and I listen to people, there is a misunderstanding in trying to think that public procurement means purchasing. So I would like to, first of all, as we set the tone for this conference, make a mention of what is public procurement. It is defined as the acquisition of goods and services and construction works to support government operations and to provide public goods and services. And why is the word public there in front of procurement? We all must know and take into account that because of all the goods, services, and construction works referred to are acquired with funds obtained through payment of taxes, it is through grants or loans to Bhutan or through fees paid for public goods and services. People, I would like to bring the focus to what is the goal of public procurement. It is to ensure that we award timely and cost-effective contracts to qualified contractors, suppliers, and service providers to supply goods and services to support government and public service operations in accordance with the principles and procedures established in governing public procurement rules. I hear a lot during my term in Department of National Property spearheading public procurement. There is a tendency for people to sometimes not understand the difference between public procurement vis-a-vis private procurement. They always think that private procurement being very fast, efficient, but we have to understand that public procurement process cannot be like the private procurement. We have to be transparent, provide equal opportunities, and be non-discriminatory, such that the participants are able to know the actual means and processes of how contracts are managed and awarded. Public procurement has to also be responsive to the aspirations of its many stakeholders, unlike private procurement, where you can look at profit as the main motive, or you can exclude certain sectors of the, in case you are not aligned to certain people, you can exclude them as you're making your procurement. But in public procurement, we have to engage the citizens, the taxpayers, the electorate, elected officials and management, and procurement officers, where we may have conflicting objectives at different points of time. I would like to also state that public procurement we as civil servants have to be accountable for whatever we do, unlike private procurement. Private procurement they are not subject to scrutiny of the public. But whereas we as public servants, we are accountable to the citizens and to the taxpayers and subject to scrutiny. Therefore, I would like to say that good governance in public procurement is very essential. And what are the governance issues that we face in public procurement today? Please allow me to put it bluntly. We take a look around us. Some of the examples we see and hear about roads with potholes, buildings with cracks, irrigation channel without water, health and education infrastructure without adequate targeted beneficiaries to avail services, farm roads which are not pliable. A specific, if I can just recall, in last evening's BBS News, there was a coverage which mentioned that new 32 million water project fails to deliver. People disappointed in her. Why do such incidents occur? That is the question we all have to ask ourselves time and again. Such incidents occur because of procuring substandard materials or employing irresponsible personnel for carrying out these works and services. Sometimes These incidents are also due to some of the officials indulging in corrupt practices like colluding with contractors. There is no due diligence during the selection and award of contractors. In some cases, we have due diligence in essential in public procurement as people's money. There is no diligence in carrying out public procurement. And this we have to be very mindful, because this is people's money and safety are at stake. This calls for utmost honesty, ethics, and transparency in all actions that the public officials perform. So now going on to how good governance is being achieved, or how do we want good governance to be achieved through public procurement? First, I would like to talk about the procurement rules and regulations. The procurement rules and regulations have undergone major reforms. It started in 2009, and right now we have the procurement rules and regulations 2019, which has been a major reform in public procurement. These reforms were not carried out in isolation. It was carried out through a series of consultation with relevant stakeholders. Multi-sectoral task force were established. We have also taken feedback, recommendations from procuring agencies, and recommendations from the Public Procurement Review Report by the Royal Audit Authority, and also resolutions passed by the National Council of Bhutan on procurement. Looking back to today, we have, with the onset of COVID-19, there is disruption across all sectors, especially on ongoing construction activities and supplies. To align the procurement procedures with this situation that we are facing, the Ministry of Finance declared COVID-19 pandemic as a force majeure with effect from 24th March 2020. And in addition to the principles we have already in the procurement rules and regulations, we have additional principles like accountability, quality and timeliness, cost effectiveness and efficiency have been introduced in the simplified rules and regulations of 2020 and 2021. So the question is, why do we have rules? People always want to know, why do we have rules? I would like to stress that these rules are to guide budgetary bodies to procure responsibly and achieve public value. The ability and responsibility to achieve public value through procurement is applicable to everyone involved in the procurement process within an agency, and not just the procurement team. The rules also include government's requirements around priority outcomes that must be leveraged through designated contracts. And it is also to provide and maintain integrity of government procurement through the established process that are consistent and predictable, making it easier for procuring agencies and suppliers to engage with each other. The third topic that I would like to cover in relation to governance and procurement is the electronic government procurement, which my minister has also touched. Leveraging technology in this day and age is very important. This is not only important for being efficient and effective, but it is also important to reduce rent-seeking behaviors of public officials as they carry out the day-to-day procurement functions. So therefore, the Ministry of Finance has initiated the development of the electronic government procurement system and started its implementation in 2017. Currently, we have finished phase 2 of the EGP system, and we are now in phase 3, and we are hopeful that it will be completed by the end of the year 2022. With this, I hope it will enhance public's trust and confidence in the government and bring about more participation, and not only engage our people in trusting the government's procurement system. The fourth topic that I would like to touch on in enhancing governance is through public procurement is building on the professionalism of the people who are required to carry out these functions. The procurement function is a key in any organization, whether it is the large ministry, small ministry, big agency. Procurement function is there in every agency, irrespective of its size. And it is very important that the environment in which procurement is carried out has to be competitive and continuously changing. Aligning to this, capacity development by way of continued professional development for the procurement professionals is of utmost importance. The Bhutan's procurement cadre was created in 2006, and this has initiated and led to the start of professionalizing of the procurement function in the government of Bhutan. The fifth topic I would like to talk on is on centralized procurement. In the context of Bhutan, we all know we are an import-driven country. It is vital for us to ensure public value through aggregate demand and reduction in cost. Therefore, it is important that we always ensure that we use all the methods possible to ensure that we target promoting local manufacturers, reduce administrative burden on procuring agencies, as well as ensure procuring goods that are of quality and also timeliness. However, we still face challenges and issues. The government is not able to achieve quality and services. We see a lot of media coverage on that. Accountability, as stressed by His Majesty the King, is also lacking. And it is therefore important that we still move forward. What is it that we need to do? Understanding the strategic importance of public procurement in creating not only national fiscal space and national policy space, as well as public financial management, it is important to pursue good governance through public procurement. Therefore, we are now embarking on developing an accountability framework and awaiting technical clearance before we roll it out. This will ensure that while the rules and regulations are in place, the very people who have to carry out the procurement functions also know what are their roles and responsibilities, and if they do not deliver or live up to that, what they are going to be accountable for, or what are the actions that are going to be taken. It is also important to continue to build the confidence and trust of our citizens and the public. Therefore, review of grievance redressal framework is necessary so that arbitrary exercise of powers by public servants to prevent corruption or perceived corruption is also reduced. Procurement reform is being undertaken to be ready for the 21st century, and we will also enhance the electronic government procurement system to transition to a tech-driven economy and reduce rent-seeking behaviors in public servants. Let me conclude by emphasizing that unity of purpose and heart is crucial to take our country forward and fulfill the aspirations of His Majesty the King. Therefore, I firmly believe, if not now, then when? If not us, then whom? On His Majesty's 42nd birth anniversary, I pledge to rededicate and recommit to serve the Tsawasum with dedication, perseverance, and fortitude. I will strive for dimensions of good governance like effective government, trust in institutions and leaders, and eliminate corruption are achieved and addressed through public procurement, which are in conformity with the Constitution and the laws, and make a procurement system which is world-class, matching best practices in the world. The integrity of the procurement process should assure confidence in the public procurement system. Thank you and wish you all the best. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you so much, Ladasho, and it's wonderful. Let me do it this way. Thank you very much, Ladasho, and it's wonderful to see you again, looking well and healthy after a long lockdown here in Thimphu. For our guests from outside of Bhutan, we've just emerged from 4 weeks of COVID lockdown as one of the world's last remaining COVID-0 nations. And so I'm delighted to see so many of our old friends here at the law school healthy and doing well. So thank you again, Dasha. Our second keynote speaker here today, joining us via Zoom, is Professor Raphael Gelli. Professor Gelli is the James E. Campbell Missouri Endowed Professor of Law at the University of Missouri School of Law in the United States. Professor Gelli earned his JD and his PhD in Labor and Industrial Relations at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, and his scholarship reflects this interdisciplinary academic training. His research, which primarily focuses on the regulation of labor markets, incorporates a variety of theoretical paradigms and methodological approaches, drawing on the expertise of co-authors in a wide range of disciplines. Raphael has published more than 40 articles in nationally and internationally recognized academic journals. To mention a few, the Rand Journal of Economics, the Journal of Law, Economics and Organization, Texas Law Review, and the Southern California Law Review. Professor Gelli has also received various scholarship awards, including the Eisenberg Prize awarded by the American Academy of Appellate Lawyers. Professor Gelli will be speaking to us, I believe, via pre-recorded. He is in attendance here, but he's prepared a pre-recorded audio for us. And so I'd like to welcome Professor Gelli virtually to the event and welcome our IT team to please play Professor Gelli's pre-recorded remarks.
Good morning. My name is Raphael Haley. Today, I join you from the Center for the Study of Dispute Resolution at the University of Missouri School of Law. I want to thank the President of the Law School, Her Royal Highness Princess Sonam Decham Wanchuk, and the School of Law for inviting me to participate in this program. I want to thank Professor Sonam Chering and Professor Kensang Dolma for their efforts in organizing this conference. I want to particularly thank you all collectively for giving us at the University of Missouri the immense honor of having Professor Dolma as our student during the 2019-2020 academic year. Our lives were made better by getting to know her, and I am delighted to be able to continue our collaboration through this conference. The picture in the slide shows some mementos that she left with us and that we proudly continue to display in our office. My contribution to this initial session is a little bit different from that of the other speakers. Instead of discussing procurement contracts themselves, I will focus on the arbitration process, a process for solving disputes that could be used in all contractual relationships, including procurement contracts. Arbitration is of particular interest to this audience, I think, because it overlaps with other developments that have taken place over the last 15 years in Bhutan. In their book, Arbitration in Bhutan, a primer, a book which I highly recommend, your very own Professors Sonnenberg, Delek, and Lamb note that while processes like mediation and negotiation have been the, quote, backbone of how justice has been done in Bhutan, end quote, arbitration represents a somewhat newer form of dispute resolution, being initially promoted in 2004 by the Interim National Arbitration Committee and eventually formalized in the 2013 Alternative Dispute Resolution Act. In contrast, and as I will describe shortly, the United States experience with arbitration dates back to the mid-1800s. During that time, we have learned some lessons about aspects of the arbitration process that have been useful and aspects that have created problems. In a spirit of humility, I share with you today 3 of those lessons, which I hope are of interest to a community that is in the early stages of developing an arbitration system. For context, I start with a brief history of arbitration in the U.S. Arbitration has been an integral part of the way in which dispute gets resolved in the United States for probably 150 years. The process became well entrenched in the U.S. legal landscape almost a century ago in 1925 with the enactment of the Federal Arbitration Act, which made clear the intent of the U.S. government to promote and support the practice of arbitration. The Act protected the arbitration process against judicial interference and against the ability of individual states to enact laws that could make it more difficult for individuals to submit a dispute to arbitration. The support for arbitration was strengthened in the early 1960s in a series of judicial decisions involving the use of arbitration in the labor relations context, that is, arbitration between employers and labor unions. In those cases, referred to as the Steelworkers Trilogy, the U.S. Supreme Court made it clear that the judiciary should defer to the arbitration process and in general enforce the parties' agreement to submit a dispute to arbitration and support the arbitrator's award when a party refused to abide by the arbitrator's decision or when a party challenged that decision in court. The trend towards judicial deference to arbitration accelerated in the 1990s and continues to this day through a series of decisions also by the U.S. Supreme Court invalidating almost every effort by states' legislatures to make agreements difficult to enforce. Today, in the United States, it is not an overstatement to say that arbitration is a contract clause with superpowers, meaning that there are very few circumstances under which an agreement to arbitrate will not be enforced, and very few situations in which an arbitrator's award will not be upheld. Whether giving such deference to arbitration is good or bad public policy is a matter of substantial debate. Proponents of arbitrations argue that deference to the arbitration process validates the will of the parties and expands the use of alternative approaches to resolving disputes. Opponents of arbitration argue that the degree of deference courts have given to arbitration has resulted in abuse, and it has allowed private companies to, quote, impose, end quote, arbitration provision on smaller, weaker, and less sophisticated parties, depriving in that way some individuals from the right to pursue their claims in court. My goal today is not to resolve that debate, but to point to three lessons that I believe most observers in the U.S. will agree we have learned regarding the implementation of a national arbitration system. First lesson is to keep it simple. Every book written and every speech given about arbitration mentions that one of the key advantages of arbitration is the fact that the process is less formal and less complicated than litigation. Supporters of arbitration highlight the fact that the process is relatively simple. It is simple to initiate a claim, it is simple to conduct an arbitration hearing, and it is simple for the arbitrator to issue a decision. Supporters of arbitration also point to the fact that in arbitration, unlike litigation, things can be resolved faster because arbitration does not require the parties to follow the procedural rules that you would expect in litigation. Additionally, as noted above, because the decisions of arbitrators are not subject to the same kind of review as those in the judicial system, the arbitrator's decision is final and the winning party can seek enforcement without worrying about appeals. However, in many contexts, the evidence shows that the arbitration process has become increasingly too complex in a way that looks more than litigation than an alternative form of dispute resolution. I submit to you today that the increased formality of the process has not been a good development. To provide you a brief example, let me go back to a type of arbitration I mentioned before, labor arbitration. As I noted, labor arbitration refers to the arbitration that occurs between employers and labor unions. Labor unions are organizations that represent employee interests at work. Once employees decide to form a union, the employer and the labor organization negotiate a collective bargaining agreement. That agreement provides employees a variety of workplace protections. In their collective bargaining agreement, the parties agree to resolve any future disputes through arbitration. I have been fortunate to serve as a labor arbitrator. One of the hallmarks of labor arbitration is its simplicity. When I arrive at the arbitration hearing, I usually have no information about the case, as there has not been any formal discovery. At the hearing, the parties many times are not represented by lawyers. The employer is represented by someone from the Human Resources Department, and the employee is represented by a representative from the union. At the hearing, each party makes arguments and calls witnesses. The rules of evidence are followed very loosely, and I render a decision within 30 days from the hearing. This process is simple, and yet it is, I think, fair and efficient. Although the process does not incorporate all the safeguards and protections which an individual might enjoy in court, it serves the needs of the parties in a way that provides employees, unions, and employers a fair and efficient way of resolving the hundreds of contractual disputes that arise under their collective bargaining agreement. By keeping the process simple, the parties have truly developed an alternative to the litigation process. While the process could be made more complex, such complexity, I believe, will compromise the usefulness of the process as an alternative form of solving disputes. In short, the first lesson that I believe we can pass along is to keep the arbitration process as simple as possible, aim for achieving a process that is fair and efficient, even if it is not identical to litigation. The second lesson is to keep the lawyers, or at least legalism, out of it. There is a say in various countries that goes something like, when you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail. This means that you tend to do what you know, and you tend to approach situations based on your background, knowledge, and skill set. Those of us who teach in law school very much appreciate the value that lawyers add to our ability to deal with complex issues. Lawyers are good at analyzing problems, at identifying future roadblocks, and at making arguments. Lawyers are also very good at protecting the interests of their clients. In short, lawyers are an important part of any dispute resolution system. However, it is also true that lawyers are lawyers because they have been taught to view the world in a particular way. Additionally, they have been taught a very specific type of skills that they tend to use in everything they do. Those skills and that way of viewing the world might at times be in tension with the goals of alternative dispute resolution processes. There is no question that in the United States, I think it is fair to say, and also in the international arbitration context, the arbitration process has been dominated by attorneys. In part, once we bring lawyers into the process, the tension is inevitable. Lawyers are trained to believe, and probably rightly so, in the importance of process. They value the ability to collect information, they value the ability to establish rules that define the process, and they do not want to leave any stone unturned. All of those with the goal of protecting the interests of their clients. The legal process is designed with those goals in mind. But arbitration, although part of the process of resolving dispute, is not necessarily intended to protect those broader interests. The primary goal of arbitration is to help the parties solve an immediate dispute. The parties select arbitration knowing that they are giving up their ability to pursue their claims through the judicial system. Thus, while the parties want a process that is fair and an opportunity to be heard and present their arguments, it is not necessarily the case that the parties want all the protections that they will otherwise have in court. There is nothing inherently wrong with involving lawyers and their way of thinking into the arbitration process. The process occurs when when meeting some sort of legalistic standard becomes the goal of arbitration as opposed to the goal of helping the parties to solve disputes in a way that is healthier and more efficient than going to court. Helping lawyers understand their role in the arbitration process while still utilizing the knowledge and skills they bring into the process, I believe, will make for a much more sustainable and efficient arbitration process. Finally, be mindful of the dark side. Every dispute resolution process has what dispute system designers refer to as a, quote, dark side, end quote. This term refers to the different ways in which a given process can be abused by one or both of the parties. One should be mindful that parties acting in their own interest, which is entirely consistent with human nature, will try to utilize the process to their advantage, and in that quest perhaps compromise the interests of other parties. To the extent possible, a dispute system designer should first be aware of this tendency and adopt measures to prevent them. Below, I discuss two manifestations of the dark side of arbitration. First, as noted above, initially arbitration was used in contexts in which both parties seem to have been at an equal level, such as in the business-to-business transaction or later in the labor context. As applied to these two situations, arbitration worked well. Over time, however, arbitration began to be used in other contexts in which the parties did not come into the process on equal footing. In the consumer context, for instance, manufacturers and service providers began to include arbitration agreements in their contracts. Thus, when a customer bought a cellular phone or a new computer, or when a customer applied for a credit card, they found out that among the terms they were agreeing to when they purchased the good or service was an arbitration provision. These, quote, forced, end quote, arbitration provisions have been described as a manifestation of the dark side of arbitration. I suggest to you that those overseeing the arbitration process in any country should be alert to similar developments and take appropriate measures when the arbitration process is utilized in that manner. A second manifestation of the dark side of arbitration involves the behavior of both arbitrators and the organizations that provide arbitration services. It is important to recognize that while many arbitrators are passionate about the work they do and that they believe that they are performing an important public function, arbitration is a business. As any other person involved in business, arbitrators want to maximize their income by continuing to be selected by the parties to serve as arbitrators. Scholars have raised the potential concern that this financial incentive might affect how arbitrators decide specific disputes. Might an arbitrator decide a case in favor of the party more likely to be back in arbitration, what we call the repeat player, with the hope that the repeat player will select the arbitrator again in future cases? This concern is particularly acute in the consumer arbitration field, where a customer is likely to at most have one dispute that goes to arbitration in his or her lifetime, while the seller of the product or service will have multiple disputes that go to arbitration. The same is true of organizations that offer arbitration services, like the International Center for Dispute Resolution or the Bhutan Alternative Dispute Resolution Center. These organizations exist for the purpose of providing arbitration services. Some of these organizations are for profit, some are public. Regardless, they have an interest in staying in operation. Like the arbitrator who might be influenced by the possibility of repeat business from a repeat player, the arbitration service providers might consider adopting policies and rules that might be responsive to the interests of the repeat player, even if those rules might make the process less desirable to the other side. To be clear, I am not suggesting that arbitrators or the arbitration service providers are biased or that they would only consider their monetary interests when deciding cases. I am also not suggesting that every decision in favor of a repeat player necessarily means that the arbitrator's decision was biased. The repeat player might be more likely to succeed in arbitration, not because the arbitrator is biased, but because the repeat player has a stronger claim. There might be some legitimate reasons why an arbitrator or service provider might want to listen and pay attention to the concerns of the repeat player. Repeat players have experience and have developed a specialized knowledge. A party who is a repeat player in an arbitration hearing is likely to present a better argument than a party who is unfamiliar with the process. An arbitration service provider might want to pay special attention to the concerns of a repeat player because the repeat player might have actual useful information about how to structure the arbitration process in a more efficient way. However, the incentives to side with a repeat player are real, and those in charge of designing arbitration processes should know that those incentives exist and that they should take appropriate precautions in implementing the arbitration system to avoid even the perception that the financial interests of the arbitrator or the service provider might be influencing the outcome of the arbitration process. In short, I want to thank you all for allowing me to be part of this program. I commend you and your country in being thoughtful about your approach to using arbitration. I hope that the suggestions I have made here have been helpful and that perhaps they might allow you to avoid some of the difficulties that have been experienced in the United States.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rafael. One of my observations being an outsider here in Bhutan is that the nation does a wonderful job in the areas of technology, in the areas of social structures, and in the areas of law, of so-called generation skipping or getting a last mover's advantage. Bhutan is very good at learning lessons from the countries and cultures and societies that have gone before. And in that respect, I think your remarks from an older arbitration regime to a younger arbitration regime will fall on very fertile ground. So thank you for these timely remarks. Our third speaker, also joining us via Zoom, is Professor Christopher R. Eukins. Professor Eukins is the Lynn David Research Professor in Government Procurement at the George Washington University Law School in Washington, D.C. Like Mizzou, another old friend of Bhutan and of the justice sector in Bhutan at GW Law. He teaches in the government procurement law program there, the leading program of its kind in the United States. He's taught in traditional classrooms and online, topics such as contract formation and performance issues in public procurement, bid protests, claims litigation, state and local procurement, anti-corruption issues, foreign contracting, procurement reform, and comparative and international law. He lectures regularly on procurement issues and corruption at the International Anti-Corruption Academy in Austria, where he also developed several online courses. He's spoken as a guest lecturer at institutions around the world, and he was a contributing editor to the UNODC's guidebook on anti-corruption in public procurement. He's an active member of the public contract law section of the American Bar Association and contributes to that section's ongoing reforms of the ABA Model Procurement Code for state and local governments. Chris has worked in a wide array of international projects on capacity building and procurement, and he was an advisor to the US delegation to the working group on reform of the UNCITRAL Model Procurement Law. In private practice, Professor Eukins has been an associate, partner, and now counsel at leading law firms and is currently counsel to the international mega firm Arnold and Porter. Before you begin, Professor Eukins, would you like to run the PowerPoint from your side or from ours? We've got a copy of it here, but it's up to you, and some speakers prefer to run the PowerPoint themselves.
My understanding was that it would be technically preferable for me to run it from my computer, and I'm glad to do that.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Well, with that, Professor Yukins will speak on the topic of Bhutan's leadership in sustainable procurement. Professor Yukins, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers of this conference for the opportunity to speak. I've actually been very fortunate. I've had several students from Bhutan in my classes at the International Anti-Corruption Academy, and I've always enjoyed them because of their perspectives and because of their wisdom, their sensibilities. It's a joy to work with the folks from your country, and I really appreciate this opportunity to speak. I'm going to be talking about the measures that Bhutan has taken with regards to sustainable public procurement. I'll be using the United States as a point of comparison, and we'll be talking about potential future reforms for Bhutan's laws with regards to public procurement, focusing especially on the issues of green procurement, of environmental procurement. So sustainable procurement in general is dealt with in the U.S. experience, partly because it's grown up historically at so many different stages. The U.S. law with regards to sustainable procurement is more of a mishmash. To get a clear vision of the different categories of sustainable procurement, it probably makes the most sense to look at the European model, which is that the European model breaks sustainable procurement down into three different pieces. To the social justice issues, to economic issues, and to environmental issues. One of the reasons that the American system, the U.S. federal government, has dealt with the issues separately and hasn't dealt with them elegantly in terms of breaking them up is because of political concerns. It's typical in a Democratic administration here to move forward with environmental concerns. That's certainly happening now during the Biden administration and happened during the Obama administration as well. And Republican administrations tend to take a more conservative approach to environmental concerns. So the environmental concerns are broken off from the other forms of sustainable procurement, and they tend to go up and down depending on the political administration. That means that in turn that the progress that's made with regards to green procurement or environmental procurement has to be done very, very carefully by a Democratic administration, so it'll survive into the next Republican, more conservative administration. And I'll explain how that works in practice in just a second. So my colleague Steve Schooner has written extensively in this area, and there's a great deal of literature internationally about different strategies for green procurement, for environmental procurement. And I'll talk about how each of those strategies is working both in the United States and in Bhutan. Bhutan in many ways is in a leadership position with regards to green procurement. And that's of course the point of today's discussion. The different strategies that can be used is to enhance education and planning. For example, Brazil recently reformed its public procurement law and made, with regards to infrastructure projects especially, made planning for green procurement a major part of the new public procurement law in Brazil. So that's a good international example of how how planning can be used to boost green public procurement. Eco labels are an interesting strategy, and they're a strategy that has been picked up explicitly by the European Union and by the United States. It's from a comparative law perspective, and I know I'm speaking in a law school, so I'll speak in technical terms in comparative law. Comparative law perspective, eco labels are interesting because they're an example of an initiative that grew up in Europe and in the United States simultaneously with really no communication going on back and forth. I pride myself, my mother was a German lawyer. I work really hard to help bridges between the US and the European procurement communities. So when there's communication going on, I know about it. There's no communication going on between the Europeans and the Americans on this issue of eco labels. It's just not happening. And yet the two systems have evolved these eco label standards in parallel and are using them in procurement. They appear both in the Federal Acquisition Regulation in the United States, and they're explicitly called out in the European Union's procurement directives. So both sides are using eco labels. That also, though, that creates challenges because the eco labels are technical standards. They're basically shorthand labels for products that are environmentally sound. The problem is that on the two sides of the Atlantic, the eco labels are different, and that creates an automatic barrier to trade. So as Bhutan thinks about eco labels, I'll talk about that in a second, or any country thinks about eco labels, you have to be careful because the eco labels are not truly international in nature. They can create an artificial barrier to trade. They exclude potentially good vendors simply because they use a different label. And I'll talk about a mechanism to deal with that in a minute. A side issue here that isn't about sustainable procurement, but is an important issue, is cybersecurity. As governments advance in their use of technology, cybersecurity becomes more important. And it's the same problem with cybersecurity. The US government, for example, uses US specific standards for their contractors with regards to cybersecurity. And that means that the US increasingly is cut off from technological solutions that are available from abroad, because technological solutions from abroad will use different cybersecurity standards. That is an example of how labeling or standards can create artificial barriers to trade and really artificial barriers to access to good solutions. The next category of approaches is to monitor polluters, and I'll talk about how the US is doing that in a minute. And I want to turn back to the earlier comments that were made regarding fraud or defective infrastructure, because I think the United States may have some useful lessons there. Contractor qualification is a difficult area to build up a sustainable strategy on, because contractor qualification is typically, and this is true under Bhutan's law, it's typically a binary solution, yes or no. And that doesn't give you a lot of leverage to deal with, to urge contractors, either they pass or they don't pass. And that doesn't give you a lot of leverage to push contractors in the right way. The Americans have taken a somewhat unique approach to this. Again, this is outside sustainable procurement, but the Americans have a different category. They have contractor qualification and they have past performance. Past performance can be scored. And so Bhutan might want to consider, not just with regards to green procurement, but in general, setting up this parallel category for evaluation called past performance, because that is a scored category and it gives you more leverage. It's separate. You're really evaluating the contractor as opposed to the performance of the contract. So past performance is different from technical evaluation. You have qualification, past performance, technical evaluation. Past performance allows you to put pressure on the contractors to perform better, whether or not that's in green procurement or in other areas. So it's a procurement strategy to think about. Technical evaluation, I'm going to be talking about in more detail. It's the hardest part of sustainable procurement, of green public procurement, but it is the most important part, because it means in the long term, probably not in my lifetime, probably after my lifetime, there will be a thoroughgoing means of assessing the greenhouse gas or the other forms of pollutants that are attributable to any good and service. That will be fully regularized within the coming decades, but it's not there yet. And so there's a technical and a market challenge to try to look forward to figure out what that might be. And I'll talk about that more in a minute. Life cycle assessment is very complicated and loops back to the issues we've been discussing here already with regards to arbitration. Life cycle assessment, by definition, is a long-term issue, and it means that the parties have a very difficult time defining that by contract at the inception of the relationship. So they need to have an efficient dispute mechanism set up, and I'll talk about that, because you can anticipate there'll be issues in assessing life cycle impacts of pollution over the course of a long-term contract. So President Biden has been moving forward on dealing with issues of green procurement. He issued an executive order in December, and I wrote an article on that's available in Bloomberg Law. It's a very high-level summary of what President Biden is trying to do. We've been watching. I mean, George Washington University is just 300 or 400 meters away from many of the planners who are working on these issues. So we've been watching this issue very closely on trying to understand where the Biden administration would go. And the Biden administration's approach is not as ambitious as it could be. They did call for more education and planning in the federal workforce. Interestingly, at the same time, on Capitol Hill, we have an annual statutory vehicle for procurement reform in the National Defense Authorization Act. The National Defense Authorization Act authorizes expenditures by the Defense Department. It goes through every year. Title VIII every year includes procurement reform measures. And there's a procurement reform measure in the most recent one calling for an assessment of how to bring the Defense Department's contracting workforce, which is over 100,000 people, how to bring them into the age of green procurement. So you see pressure coming from both the White House and from Capitol Hill to educate the workforce about green procurement. The Biden administration called for the use of eco labels. Interestingly, it's focused in the executive order. It's focused on specific targeted industries. There was a 100-day plan that was issued. The 100-day plan has to do with building up critical supplies for things that we used in the pandemic, for example, masks or ventilators. The 100-day plan focused on critical areas that the United States feels very uneasy leaving to China, basically, leaving to China to produce things like batteries for cars. These are strategic industries that the United States wants to have, and also wants to have critical supplies in the event of a crisis. And in that 100-day plan, one of the things that's interesting is that the eco labels they call for are eco labels that no longer have to do just with issues of green procurement, but also have to do with social issues. For example, is a producer cognizant of labor standards? So broadening the understanding of eco labels so they really become vehicles to social justice as well, incorporating other forms of sustainable procurement. Monitoring polluting is not called for more aggressively by the Biden plan. I'll talk about the existing structure for that. Contractor qualification, there's a move towards encouraging and saluting those major contractors that are able to measure the greenhouse gas emissions, the carbon gas emissions primarily, that are attributable to goods and services. So you recognize them on a pilot basis, recognize the large contractors that are taking account and are able to publish information regarding the carbon gas emissions. But it's very important to pay attention to the word I just used, large contractors. Large contractors do it better. So if a government gives a preference to those contractors that can best assess their own greenhouse gas emissions, by definition at this point in history, where we are in history, by definition, you're giving a preference to large contractors. And that's something that is not popular here. In the United States, there's this very strong sense that we need to encourage small businesses to come up, not only from a general social or industrial policy, but also because the Biden administration has finally recognized, and it's taken us since the Eisenhower administration to do this, the defense industry is massively over-concentrated here. We only have 5 or 6 major prime contractors for a very large defense market. And as a result of that over-concentration, we constantly have to encourage small businesses because that's where the technical innovation comes from. That's what the attention in the US system. On technical evaluation, we still aren't there. This is what we were watching. This is what we were watching in the summer and fall. Would the Biden administration say, we're going to go for it, we're going to start adopting the technical evaluations or the ways, we're going to start adopting commercial standards for assessing goods and services to see what kind of carbon gas emissions, what kind of greenhouse gas emissions are attributable to specific goods and services? They didn't grab it. They didn't grab that ring because the market isn't ready. And the market, there was a study done in 2010 by the Obama administration saying, we can't grab the ring yet because the market's not ready. And the Biden administration didn't explicitly say that this time, but the fact that they didn't grab the ring, they didn't say, oh, we can use commercial measures of carbon gas emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. They didn't do that. And that's a signal that the market isn't mature enough. The federal government believes the market isn't mature enough to rely on commercial databases as to greenhouse gas emissions. In life cycle costing, the Biden administration is pushing that. And I want to talk about some of the lessons learned from there with regards to Bhutan. So I'm mindful of the time. Excuse me. So I'm sorry about my voice. I taught for 9 hours today, so I'm kind of catching up. We have a special weekend course, so it's okay. So Michael would say, this is why we get paid the big bucks.
Hang in there. You're doing great, especially after 9 hours. So
That's fine. Okay, so let's start with the eco labels. In Bhutan, the National Environmental Protection Act of 2007 allows for labeling, and so you have a doorway that Bhutan can walk through. The question is whether or not eco labels would be imported directly into the public procurement rules, which again, the United States and the European Union have done. The problem is one of the non-reconcilable technical standards. There is a way to deal with that. I want to go back to cybersecurity. In cybersecurity, excuse me. In cybersecurity, the Defense Department has a means that they use for non-classified but sensitive systems. In cybersecurity, they say, look, if you're a Swedish information technology solutions producer and you want to bring to us your solution and it's wrapped in a different cybersecurity standard, tell us, come talk to us about it, and we'll determine whether or not your cybersecurity standard is the same as ours. It's possible to do the same thing with eco labels, to bring eco labels aggressively into law, but as a procedural matter, leave the door open, say to vendors, come talk to us. If your eco label is the same as our eco label, but they just happen to have different names, let's talk about it, and we'll then accept your eco label. It's basically a dialogue. That goes to an issue I'm going to touch on in just a minute, which is that Bhutan does not encourage the use of competitive dialogue in procurement. And this, by the way, I worked on the UN model procurement law from 2003 to 2011. I have scars all over my psyche from arguing about competitive dialogue for 8 years or so, because it is so controversial internationally. Interestingly, the World Bank, the leader of procurement for the World Bank, yelled at us in 2008. He yelled at us for considering competitive dialogue in the UNCITRAL model procurement law. It ultimately got in there. Competitive dialogue is multilateral negotiations going on with different vendors at the same time. Bhutan's law allows that with regards to consultants. It's called quality and cost-based selection, okay? That's really competitive dialogue. Competitive dialogue is also allowed in Bhutan under the guidance for public-private partnerships. So it's already there in Bhutan. The question is whether or not you would apply it more generally to goods and services. And that kind of competitive dialogue, multilateral competitive negotiations, allows more space for discussions over things like eco labels. When there are differences in technical standards, because you have, by definition, a dialogue going on with the vendors, you have more of an opportunity to talk about differing technical standards. So as I said, the leader of the World Bank procurement yelled at the American delegation for pushing competitive negotiations, competitive dialogue. In the US government, 60% of our procurement is done using competitive negotiations, competitive dialogue, 60%. In Europe, it's about 5%. If you add together competitive dialogue and competitive procedure negotiations, it's only about 5%, even in really clean countries. Even in really clean countries, which suggests like Denmark, cleanest country in the world, really boring. You can't even cross the street on a red light in Denmark. It's very boring, very clean country, and yet they have very little competitive negotiations, which suggests it's not really a corruption problem, it's a bureaucratic inertia problem, that officials are not using competitive negotiations, not because of a corruption risk, but because they're not used to using competitive dialogue or competitive negotiations. That seems to be the problem. We're still trying to figure out. The United States, because of the IT systems and the aerospace systems, the weapon systems that are bought, there is no way that the US government would ever accept abandoning competitive negotiations, because you can't buy complicated things without competitive dialogue, without competitive negotiations. The accountability mechanism that was discussed before, really important, because you can't have a successful system of competitive dialogue without a good accountability mechanism. They go together, because so much of a competitive dialogue is done behind closed doors where competitors can't see it. In order for them to feel like that their loss is legitimate, they need to have an accountability mechanism, a way to look behind the curtain and say, oh yeah, I lost for good reason. Otherwise, they think it's just corruption. So the accountability mechanism, it's counterintuitive, but the accountability mechanism is an important complement to competitive negotiations. Okay, I want to talk about the monitoring polluters. The National Environmental Protection Act of 2007 in Bhutan sets up a mechanism for monitoring polluters. I want to talk about two possible solutions to think about. One is the fraud question, and under the public procurement rules, under 1.1.4, someone who engages in fraudulent conduct or recklessly engages in fraudulent conduct, which means proceeding in the face of a known risk of fraudulent conduct, they can be excluded. And that exclusion, that standard for exclusion, looks exactly like the World Bank's, which is fine. It's a good idea. I think that the World Bank took the right approach. The World Bank sanctions fraudulent conduct. The practical problem is that exclusion may not be enough. If the goal is, I've been in Mongolia. In Mongolia, the roads just drop off all of a sudden. Mongolians have a huge problem with defective roads. They don't have an effective anti-fraud mechanism. The anti-fraud mechanism in the United States is draconian. It is very, very severe. The anti-fraud mechanism, it has three basic components. Very, very high penalties. Typically, a fraud case is in the millions of dollars. It has a very low knowledge requirement. It is enough that the contractor acted recklessly. Well, that's exactly the same standard you already have in Bhutan, a reckless standard. If the managers are aware that there's a risk that the road is defective, that's enough to trigger a fraudulent exclusion under Bhutan's law, but you don't have the damages. You don't have the money damages. That's what's key. It terrifies the contractors when they have the money damages. The third thing that really terrifies the contractors is whistleblowers. In the US system, a whistleblower under the False Claims Act, and we've had the False Claims Act since the Civil War, Americans adopted an old British construct of allowing individuals to bring a case, a lawsuit in the name of the king, in the name of the government. It's the Latin phrase actually says in the name of the king. And this means that an individual brings a lawsuit in the name of the government, and the individual, if the government doesn't join the case, they can join or not. The individual can move forward alone and can recover 30% of whatever the government is entitled to. So you have a huge, let's say $100 million settlement, $30 million of that will go to the whistleblower. So the whistleblowers are very highly incentivized. And it begins to solve one of the whistleblower problems, which is how do you pay the whistleblower enough so he's willing to take the risk of being a whistleblower? And lawyers all over the world will say, oh, well, we can protect the whistleblower, make sure he's okay. That's nonsense. That's complete nonsense. Whistleblowers are always at a lot of risk, and therefore they need to have some sort of compensation for that risk. You can't really protect them from physical harm. You can't really protect them from retaliation at work. It's almost impossible practically to do. For instance, in the construction industry in the United States, if you're a whistleblower in the construction industry, the chances that you will suffer physical assault are very, very high. That's just a reality. So that's why there's such robust whistleblower compensation through the False Claims Act. So that's a thing to think about in the fraud context, both with regards to monitoring polluters here in green procurement, but more generally, would it make sense for Bhutan to adopt a fraud law? And I have to tell you, so I'm an old lawyer, and I talked to other old lawyers. We talked about this, and I talked to lawyers on both sides of the line. I talked to lawyers who work for defense companies. I talked to lawyers who work for whistleblowers. Everybody agrees that the False Claims Act is actually a very successful American experiment. It's worked well since 1865, since the time of the Civil War, or actually, I think it's 1864. It's a really old law that's worked really well. And therefore, other countries should think about it. We can't understand why other countries don't do this, don't use the fraud law as a way of punishing contractors who are producing bad roads or bad irrigation systems, because it's worked really well here. The reality is that, and this is from my private practice experience, is when something goes wrong, the first thing the managers ask, the first thing the board of directors asks, is there fraud liability? They focus on it like a laser. And it really makes managers pay very close attention to ensuring quality, delivering quality. It makes them more risk averse. So you have a group of risk-averse government contractors, but the government doesn't care. The government likes risk aversion. They want the contractors to be scared. On the debarment issues, the Bhutan has a set of debarment rules in place from 2019, and debarment could also be used as a way to punish polluters contractors who are engaged in pollution. There are ways to make that system stronger. One interesting thing to think about is, as an analogy, so the World Bank has a problem with World Bank projects where the construction crews will flood into an area to build, let's say, a dam. And the World Bank, and there's a problem with gender-based violence against women, typically women in the surrounding communities. And that's always been a problem with World Bank projects. The World Bank has come up with a really interesting solution for this. They use the arbitrators who are assigned to these projects to assess not the gender-based violence. They're not assessing whether or not a worker has assaulted a woman in a local village. They're assessing the controls in place with the contractors. They're saying, the arbitrator is saying, if you don't have good controls in place, we're not going to try the case. That's a criminal case. We're not going to try that case. But if you don't have good controls in place, we're going to sanction you. We're going to exclude you from future contracts. It's a really interesting use of debarment and an insistence on corporate controls, which is the natural complement to debarment, insisting that good corporate controls are in place so that the women in the surrounding communities aren't assaulted. You do the same thing with polluters. Say, if you don't have a good compliance system, good controls in place, we're going to debar you in the future. It's a way of using Bhutan, leveraging Bhutan's existing debarment system to really put pressure on polluters. On the qualification measures, the procurement rules and regulations, section 2.1.3.4 already allows Bhutan to assess the facilities. And there's some interesting studies done by the Green Public Procurement Bhutan Initiative that pointed out, I'm drawing on that they allow Bhutan already to assess qualifications of the bidders. And logically, that would mean assessing whether or not bidders have means internally to measure and to publish the greenhouse gas emissions attributable to the goods and services. So that door is already open for Bhutan. In terms of the technical evaluations, the procurement rules and regulations, and this is already, again, from GPP Bhutan, that initiative, that study that was done in 2016. The technical evaluations on the procurement rules and regulations 5.2.2.11, the specifications can encompass the environmental standards, such as the standards we've been talking about of how much carbon gas is attributable to this pen or to this necktie, or measuring that so that you can weigh one vendor, one pen vendor or one necktie vendor against another, trying to figure out which one's the one that you want to do business with. The standard bidding documents for goods, the ITB 5.1 also allow for a consideration of environmental specifications. And in the standard bidding documents for works under section 19.1, the contractor is responsible for maintaining the environmental conditions. What this really means is picking and choosing among these various terms and bringing them together so they apply to all contracts all the time. Because the tool's already there, they're just scattered in different parts of Bhutan's regulatory and standard bidding documents. Okay, life cycle costing is called out in the standard bidding documents section 1.1.1.2. The standard bidding documents allow life cycle costs to be considered overall. And then the question is how you can really take into account environmental considerations that life cycle costing. There was a recommendation from the 2016 study for additional terms that could be added to the standard bidding documents to take green public procurement considerations into account. This is where the arbitration issues get kind of interesting, because the standard bidding documents call for arbitration. And I have to tell you, Professor Kelly's going to help. He's going to hit me. He's going to be so angry. I'm not a big fan of arbitration in the public procurement context. And here's why. I think, so my country has been building up a distinct body of law regarding public contract administration since the early 19th century. We have rules that you can trace back to the early 19th century. For instance, our termination for default rules. Those go back to Eli Whitney, who was a really famous American inventor and a really bad American contractor. They developed a body of law around him in the 1840s, and we still use that. That's our body of law regarding terminations for default. So these risk allocation and procedural rules have existed now for over 150 years. The risk allocation, this is the important point, and where the arbitration becomes scary. Arbitration decisions are simple, and sometimes they're non-public. Okay, the ICSID process at the World Bank will generate public arbitration decisions. So arbitration decisions aren't necessarily private, but sometimes they are. And here's what I think as a procurement system evolves, it needs to have a public disputes mechanism, because if you're generating risk allocation rules, they're different in the public sphere. The risk allocation rules, the allocation of risks and responsibilities between the government and its contractors is different than the private sector. And the Europeans don't buy into this. Many of the member states of the European Union just use normal commercial law to govern. But we had to mention, we discussed earlier on the force majeure issues with regards to the pandemic. Force majeure in the pandemic, that force majeure rule might not be appropriate for the commercial sector, but in the force majeure rule, we have a contract clause that says force majeure includes epidemics. We've worked this out. It's in the United States system, we worked out the allocation of risk and responsibility in the event of an epidemic, because we've had over 100 years to do this. We've developed this body of law that's unique to public procurement. And I think that the arbitration generates law. And by the way, the law that's generated through a dispute process eventually shows up in the regulations. So if the arbitration is not generating public law, you're not figuring out these issues. That's why I think arbitration, at least arbitration that ends up in simplistic private decisions, is not the way to go if you're developing a careful allocation of risks and responsibilities. And I've been an arbitrator. I've seen the arbitrators, they want to write the arbitration that I've been involved in, the arbitrators want to write really short decisions and in order to just get out of the room. That's not necessarily good for the development of the law. That's my personal perspective. Okay, and I just wanted to emphasize this thing with regards to the development of a unique body of law, and to use not sustainable public procurement, but to use the pandemic as an example and as a serious example. Because we had such a developed body of public administration contract rules, when the pandemic hit, the United States was able to very quickly resolve issues of who's going to be responsible for what costs. There was almost no dispute. There were almost no disputes. The hard part, that allowed the United States to move to the next issue, which was, okay, how are we going to use, and we've never really done this, and we haven't done it successfully, and we failed this time, but how are we going to use the reservoir of funds in public contracts to deal with the new crisis? We had a lot of money a lot of money was not being spent because of the pandemic. It was locked in contracts. It had already been obligated. It couldn't be moved to deal with the pandemic. And we didn't figure out how to do that effectively. We need to do that, whether or not that we have another pandemic, whether or not we have a nuclear attack, all the bad things that can happen, we need to be able to take that risk as in a family. We all in our families during the pandemic, we moved money from one place to another in our families to deal with the pandemic. Governments need to be able to do the same thing. So because the contract mechanisms are so mature in the US government, we were able to resolve issues of force majeure. That allowed us to focus as a policy and a legal matter on this narrow but really important issue, which is how do we take the reservoir of funds in the public procurement contracts and make them available for other social and economic ends in a time of economic and health crisis. So I'll leave it at that. And again, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I saw some of our students who are attending here in person sit up as you joined the battle with Raphael over the appropriate scope of arbitration in the public procurement context. It's something we discuss a lot here at the law school, in the justice sector, in Bhutan, and in our classrooms, which is as lawyers applying the right tool or the right dispute resolution mechanism to the right job, and looking at the fact that there's no winner take all. I've got several questions for you and for Dasho on this question of arbitration and on competitive dialogue, but I will save them, like everyone else, for after the last presentation, which is a long way of saying we've received a couple of questions in the chat boxes, but if anyone in the audience has any questions, we'll be asking them at the end of all 4 presentations. So please get them in. And with that, our 4th and final keynote speaker is Mr. Tashi Tobgay. Tashi is the Deputy Auditor General for the Department of Sectoral Audits at the Royal Audit Authority here in Bhutan. Tashi has served at the RAA since 2000, previously serving as Assistant Auditor General for the Resource Trade, Industry and Commerce Division and the Performance and Services Audit Division. Tashi has a master's degree in business administration from the University of the Thai Chamber of Commerce in Bangkok, a postgraduate certificate in financial management from RIM here in Thimphu, and a Bachelor of Commerce with honors from Cherupsi College in the east of the country. He completed the Senior Executive Leadership Program from the Royal Institute of Governance and Strategic Studies and received the Auditor General's Compliance Assurance Awards for Best Performance Audit Report in 2008, 2009, 2009, 2010, 2010, 2011, and 2014, 2015 as a team leader. He is the chairperson for the Annual Audit Report Technical Committee at the Royal Audit Authority. And today he's joined us with this wealth of experience to discuss the issues in public procurement from the perspective of the Royal Audit Authority. Tashi, will you be doing your PowerPoints from your machine, or should we do it locally here?
I can share it from here. Thank you.
That would be lovely. Thank you so much, Tashi. I'm looking forward to your presentation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Michael, for that introductions. And that really saved my time for my self-introduction. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Jigme Singawangchuk School of Law, the faculties, for successfully launching the National Conference on Public Contract, especially in this very auspicious day. And despite the very challenging time posed by the COVID-19 situations. So really congratulations, and thank you for inviting me as one of the guest speakers for this very important conference. So with this and without much of further ado, I will go straight to my presentations. Okay, are you able to see my presentation?
Not just yet. Could you try again? Nothing yet. Nothing yet.
Yeah, I'm still trying. Are you able to see this?
No.
Not
No,
yet.
we can't. Oh, No, that's us.
Let me.
So Tashi, we've got it up and running here. We can share our screen
Okay.
if that would be helpful.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Thank you. I think that would be better. Thank you.
Okay, so if I can ask our ICT team to put up the first slide, and then Tashi, just give us a high sign or something when you want the slides to turn.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, now I can see that. Thank you.
Super. So this is shared. This is shared from our side. So if you just want to say slide or something when you need us to turn, our ICT team is standing attentively by.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you. So today, basically, I will be discussing, talking on the issues in public procurement. So when I say public procurement, basically, from henceforth now, I would be using that public procurement and government procurement as a synonym term. In fact, they are quite synonym also. So my presentations would be has conducted on the review of government procurement system. So we have in fact issued this report sometime in the November 2021. So this report actually recognizes there are so many challenges and issues. So I would be basically sharing those. And slide. So that's I think most of you have already acknowledged that government procurement constitutes one of the substantial expenditures of our government expenditures. So in fact, if you the one of the main spending in our government expenditure, so the public procurement, which constitute around the 40% of RGO's expenditures annually. So we have through this study, we have carried out a review for last 5 years on the government procurement expenditures, which aggregated to around 111 billion. For that figures for last 5 years. So mainly the procurement in the government constitute the constructions works, that's basically 70%, and goods procurement of goods 22%, and the consulting services aggregating to 8%. Slide. So, you see why we had to carry out that study was that because government procurement process, as many would acknowledge, is seen to be a bit restricted to innovative solutions and not responsive to current needs in terms of enhancing efficiencies and effectiveness and achieving the real intent of value for money in government procurement expenditures. And also, almost like our previous speaker have acknowledged that annually RA reports in its annual audit reports, there are so many of substandard works, irregularities in procurements, and there are many issues actually surrounding in the procurement of in the goods and services in the government agencies. So if you really look, next slide. So through our reports recognizes that in fact the perceptions that government procurement is being perceived as a major area of fraud and corruptions, inefficient wastage involving huge amount of public resources actually confirms from our annual audit reports, because every year I think our annual audit reports so many of the inefficiencies and irregularities surrounding the public procurement. Next. So the review on the government procurement system was mainly done with that objective to recommend measures to bring about transformative improvements in government procurement systems and support government's intent of achieving value for money in procurement expenditures. As I've said that, in fact, I think many would acknowledge that there are so many of issues in our government procurement system. So the studies was basically intended to how we can actually improve the systems by doing some analysis based on the root cause analysis and coming out with some recommendations to improve further in our government procurement systems. So next. So before that, what I would do is I would basically share some issues and challenges in government procurement system. So in fact, the issues and challenges that I would be sharing, are some of the few examples which I have selected from the previous audit reports. So number one, inadequate procurement planning and feasibility studies. In fact, our government agencies, if you look at it, they provide, don't invest much time and resources in carrying out a detailed geotech investigations and feasibility studies to prepare a realistic, detailed project report, even for mega projects like hydropower. Next. So as an example, you see that this is just an example only for Pune Sangchu 2 had actually changed the powerhouse setup from surface to underground without carrying out adequate feasibility studies and investigation. Now we can see that because of which there are some catastrophe, killing 6 people and incurring additional estimated expenditures of over 1 billion to do that corrective actions. In fact, that corrective actions is still being ongoing and almost at the verge of completions. Next. Now, one of the issues that we have observed is also in the government agencies is that there are some deficiencies in bid evaluations. If you really look at our current bid evaluation system, it's basically determined by the financial bids. Final evaluation does not take into account technical superiority of bidders. Of course, it has some parameters actually assessing the technical aspects of the goods. But if you really look at the inherent problem in the evaluation system, it is mainly determined by the financial bids. So if you look at the technical criteria prescribed in standard bidding documents are actually not accommodative of specialized needs of procurement agencies and does not encourage much of innovative solutions. So these are some of the issues that we have found out in the procurement in the gender evaluations. But next. So we have also seen that Bhutan Schedule of Rates, which is one of the main primary document to help government agencies prepare the estimates for the construction works. And we have seen that there are some inadequacies in that document itself. It does not reflect the current market prices. And BSR is also not comprehensive, resulting in ambiguity in nomenclature and inaccuracies in estimate projections. We have found that the BSR, Bhutan Schedule of Rates documents, actually does not capture the entire item that is required in constructions. So these are some of the deficiencies that we have found out in the Bhutan Schedule of Rates. Next. And one of the issues in our government agencies procurement system that procuring agencies accept inferior quality products as there was no capacity for them actually to assess whether that goods they have obtained is really actually inferior quality or of the original quality. So next, they have actually the procurement of goods. They've actually purely have decided to procure goods on the basis of the price. So the lowest price means sometimes not, it does not necessarily guarantee the quality. So just as an example, the pictures here shows that there are two. The one is of the original goods, that is the printer cartridge, HP LaserJet printer cartridge, and other one is the spurious product. So now if you see in many government agencies, they have no capacity actually to distinguish whether the goods they have sold, it's the original one or the spurious or the duplicate one. So as a result, the government agencies land up actually procuring that duplicate or recycled products. Next. Now, when we review that the tender evaluation system in government agencies, we have found that there were cases where the lowest evaluated bidders were found to be much higher than the prevailing market prices. So in fact, we have carried out the review on the basis, we have determined the market price on the basis of MRP that's printed in the goods, or on the basis of the prices that we have obtained that has been declared at the Custom Office, Regional Revenue and Custom Office in Pinsiling. So we have observed that this is one of the very serious issues, so which only indicate that there are some flaws in our procurement systems, because the lowest price that is evaluated is not necessarily the lowest price if we compare with the market price, because what is expected from the government quotation system is that because of the volume, we expect that it might go even much lesser than the MRP, but that is not necessarily the case in our procurement system. Next. So our review, we have also seen that there are serious variation in the lowest evaluated bid. So we have looked at the 16 government agencies for the procurement of a HP LaserJet, that again, the cartridge for the printer. So when we look at for the 16 agencies, you'll see that for the same product, actually the product was sold for the same product, that is HP LaserJet specification printer cartridge 49A. But you can see the lowest quoted price that has been offered to the various agencies. So which only indicate to show that the prices, the goods that's actually obtained by the government agencies is not really the original one. Because if you see that at number 1, BSB, Bhutan Standard Bureau, they have obtained that particular printer cartridge at 899, which is little impossible actually if you really are seeking for the very original HP printer cartridge. So this kind of statistics only indicate show that there are some actual flaws in our government procurement systems. You can go next. And we have also seen that there are a series of wastage of funds in our government procurement systems. So just as an example, we tried to look at a chiller plant that was procured by the Jigme Doji National Referral Hospital in 2010. So they have procured that for 27.16 million neutrum. But later, when the audit visited the agencies, and while we were actually carrying out the physical verifications of that particular product, the auditors have found that that was not in use. So which means it's a huge wastage of taxpayers' money, because they have spent for 27.60 million for the chiller plants, but it was not put into any use. And then on questioning upon by the RAA, Royal Audit Authority, then later, sometimes only just few years back, they had to sell it back on scrap, fetching only 240,000, which is a very, which indicate that there's a serious waste of public funds, and our public officials are really not responsible for taking care of the custody of the public resources. So next. So these are just the few issues that has been captured in our reports. In fact, there are so many, but we thought, because our report, the objective of our report is to, while we recognize there are a lot of problems in our government procurement systems, like inefficiencies in procurement systems, there are a lot of excess payment that is being annually reported in the annual audit report. The government agencies obtaining very inferior quality, and series of delays in the delivery of goods and services. So we try to carry out some root cause analysis, and one of the main causes that we have identified was there are incoherent policies in our government procurement systems. in fact, our government agencies are pursuing multiple policy objectives, especially towards enhancing the socio-economic development. So in the process, because of these multiple policy objectives, then it lands up sometimes not actually achieving the primary objective of receiving value for money. So our government, such other objective like giving a fair chances for all the bidders. And in fact, while we acknowledge that those are still those policy objectives are still relevant and still useful, but sometimes it comes at the cost of actually achieving the primary objectives of receiving value for money. And next, we have identified the lack of professional capacities. Generally, I think this is the case because when you go to government agencies, they actually have not much of capacities, even in the evaluating, especially when it comes to like the complicated, complex structures, construction works. They lack that capacities in actually assessing the quality infrastructure they required. And also when it comes to like some goods and services also, they're not in the position actually to identify whether it's a genuine goods or the spurious goods. So those are some of the causes that's actually leading to achieving the inferior quality. Then next is that generally we have also found out that there's inadequate system of accessing due diligence. Our government procurement officials in government agencies at times, they fail to access that due diligence, because sometimes when we are asking for lowest evaluated price, they were actually required to also compare with the market price, whether the lowest evaluated price that has been evaluated as identified as the lowest evaluated price, whether it actually is really lower in terms of when you try to compare with the market price. Likewise, there are so many aspects or areas where the procurement officials were required actually to carry out the due diligence to ensure that what they get is actually the quality and with the value for money products. And we've also seen that there's a limited use of ICT platforms leading to inefficient procurement process. Of course, Minister of Finance, they've come a long way. They have now introduced even EGP. Of course, it was introduced long time back, but now the platform is even more robust as compared to earlier, but there we felt that there might still be a room actually to improve that platforms, and maybe by integrating with some other systems which would help actually to evaluate the goods and services, the prices of goods and services. And the major causes that we have seen is the ineffective supervision and monitoring. Like I have just shared, annually there are a lot of issues actually in the substandard work, constructions work that is being reported in annual audit report. But if you really look at dissect what could be the problem, but we have seen that one of the main areas that there is lack of actually the proper supervisions and monitoring by if it's in the case of constructions, by the site engineers and various other supervising officers, because I think it will really play a very big role if they extend that the quality supervisions and monitoring. And the causes that our government agencies, they frame the very unrealistic time frame, especially while constructing some of the complex projects. So because of that unrealistic time frame, now they try to push it into completing within that short span of time. When they try to complete that within a short span of time, there are a lot of inadequacies and there are a lot of shortfalls being observed. And another one is that purchase towards the end of financial year. If you really look at our government agencies' budgeting systems, in fact, we did some analysis when our government agencies are actually procuring the goods, the goods and services. So they would usually keep that activities towards the end of the financial year. And the reasons we were being provided is that they will try to ascertain what are savings they have towards the end of the financial year. As a result, if they ascertain that there are some savings in their budget, then they would rush towards procuring some of the goods for their agencies. So which results in then not giving adequate time in the process, in ensuring the process to ensure that they buy what is actually required and of a quality. Then the last one, a very important one, we found that there's weak enforcement of accountability and sanctions. In fact, RAA has been reporting a lot of deficiencies, inadequacies, irregularities in our annual audit report. And annually, that deficiencies, shortfalls has been actually increasing over the years. So one of the causes that we have ascertained was that because when we have actually observed those deficiencies, there are not much of actual sanctions and accountability being imposed on those defaulting officials. As a result, the deficiencies has continued to surface all the year round. So next, therefore, unlike all those causes, and with the intent to make our procurement system, our government procurement system, more robust and responsive to the needs of the time, and also to facilitate innovations, we have recommended improvements in 3 thematic areas that needs to be steered by the Ministry of Finance to improve our government procurement system. In fact, before I present these recommendations, I would like to acknowledge Minister of Finance under the dynamic leadership of Dasho Secretary, Minister of Finance. Most of the recommendations have actually already been implemented, because we have issued this report sometimes only in November 2021. So parallel towards the time, Minister of Finance has actually implemented most of the recommendations that we have proposed in our report, which only shows that we are actually in sync. We understand each other's, the problems in the procurement systems, and then we have come out with our recommendations are actually in sync with their idea of reforms. So first, to enable the procurement rules and regulations to render efficient and flexible processes, we have actually offered the 5 recommendations. Number 1, procurement rules and regulations should undergo transformative change to render more efficient and effective procurement system. Government procurement should be allowed to be conducted through direct contracting or sourcing, where there's a visible case of achieving better deal or receiving quality goods and services at lower costs. Our second recommendation is that we also have recommended to remove restriction on specific brand, because in our current procurement system, it restricts actually stipulating the brand. Our PRR, procurement rules and regulation, should actually prescribe mandatory access of carrying out market research, because I think this is very critical to actually ascertain whether the lowest evaluated price is actually lower as compared to the market price. Then the PRR should prescribe the carrying out due diligence exercise in critical functions in public procurement. There's a need actually to prescribe due diligence in all stages of procurement cycle, from the need analysis and pre-feasibility studies to delivery and conclusion of contract, and reinforcing its application and compliance to render objective decision making. There is also need for centralized procurement to enhance efficiencies and reap the advantage of economies of scale. And in the areas where to strengthen internal controls and oversight, we have also provided a series of recommendations. Ministry of Finance should make EGP more robust, dynamic, and user-friendly systems. In fact, they're already they're doing a lot of initiatives towards making it more robust. Procurement agencies must strengthen monitoring and supervision. As I said, this is one of the critical functions for all the procurement agencies, because this is one causes where we found that we are lacking, our procurement is lacking in this area. Then we are saying that procurement promote professionalism in ethical behavior in public procurement, because I think the studies carried out by Anti-Corruption Commission also, they have recognized this procurement as one of the vulnerable areas for fraud and corruptions. So we are now we're probably a little stringent and to come out with some ethical behavior in public procurement, some defined ethical behavior, which in fact Minister of Finance has already looked into it. Then there is also need to increase defect liability period. If you really look at in our current system, our defect liability period is only for 1 year after the completion of the project, whether it's small project or the big project with huge investment. There's also the need to develop scientific approach in determining construction durations. If you really look at the constructions in our country, there isn't any standards actually how to determine the construction duration. Now we are saying that the government agencies should, depending on the investment complexity of the project, they should determine a scientific approach to determine construction durations. There's a need for robust, collaborative, and oversight mechanism for effective enforcement and administration of public procurement. Our Bhutan schedule of rates should also be made more comprehensive and dynamic. We have recommended Ministry of Works and Human Settlement actually to look into and try to incorporate as many items as possible in that document, so that it gives a very comprehensive list of all the construction items. Now, in the last areas, enforcing accountability and stricter sanctions, that's basically to drive professionalism and ethical behaviors in public procurement. So we are recommending to impose stricter sanctions and penalties to improve accountability, because we have found out that annually there are a lot of issues being raised in our annual report. So it has been increasing. So this could be one of the probable cause. Why? Because whatever the lapses that we've observed, there are not much of commensurate accountability or sanctions. Ministry of Finance should develop a mechanism to hold consultant firms accountable for shortcomings in their deliverables. If you look at this, is one of the deficiencies in our consultancy, in procurement consultancies, because once the consultancies has delivered their output, that is then after that, whether that output is actually delivers or not, that has never been taken care of, especially in the consultancy services, procurement consultancy services. Then last, agencies should strictly control employees engaged in private trade or activities, especially in the close-knit societies in Bhutan. I think this is a very important clause that we might need to take care, because, and it's also a very tricky situations. So we're just recommending that the agencies should strictly control the employees engaged in private trade or activities having inherent conflict of interest. So these are the few recommendations that we have provided to the Ministry of Finance, so that our aim is to how we can make our procurement system more robust and free from fraud and error. So with this, thank you. And if there are any questions, I hope I'll have an opportunity at the end of this these presentations. Thank you. Next. That's Karichela.
Thank you very much, Tashi, sir. One of the strengths of Bhutan is its ability to learn from its experiences, and if I may be so bold, to learn from its mistakes. Tashi's presentation points this up, and how important the role of the Royal Audit Authority is, not just in auditing the projects that are underway and completed, but on making forward-looking policy recommendations for improvement of the public procurement and government management works. So thank you very much, Tashi, for that. And I look forward to hearing the questions to that as well. So we now have about 15 minutes or so for questions and answers. We've received a couple in the chat room that I'll start with, but I encourage all of our viewers and our panelists to feel free to chime in as well. And in fact, let me start with that, since there was so much overlap between the four panelists. Would any of the panelists like to remark, now having heard the other four or the other three presentations? Do you have anything that you'd sort of like to revise and extend or or amend your comments or react. I'm looking to see, just simply raise your hand. Go ahead, Chris.
I was just so impressed with Tashi's presentation. So the fact that Bhutan's the Supreme Audit Institution in Bhutan, the Royal Audit Authority, Tashi, that you can deliver that kind of really expert procurement advice, really sets you apart. For example, in Sierra Leone, I've been working on a research project there where the Supreme Audit Authority can't really do performance reviews of the procurement system, and the procurement authority doesn't have the power, doesn't have the legal power to do it. So the audits are falling in this gap, this expertise gap between the two agencies. It's really great. Bhutan's blessed to be able to have a Supreme Audit Institution that can really understand procurement. That's very good news.
Thanks for that. Raphael, I see you've unmuted your microphone. Do you have something to comment on? And good to see you live, by the way. The recording was wonderful, but it's nicer to see you live.
Thank you so much, Rick. I appreciate it. Just briefly to comment on Chris's presentation and point about arbitration. I don't think we are in conflict. I think I agree with Chris. I think what we have is a situation where we have a complex system, the procurement process, and arbitration is just a tool. And Michael, as you were suggesting, your students are thinking carefully about whether arbitration makes sense in that context and what kind of things it makes and how to make it work. And I think that's where the apparent tension, I guess, with Michael and my presentation is. I don't think we are saying anything different, but that we have to adjust arbitration to that complexity and understand that it might require some adjustment and that it might not be perfect, that it might require some work. So I think there are two issues in regard to the use of arbitration in that context. One is the question of what law should control the decision. And I think there are mechanisms to deal with that. You can indicate to the arbitrator what are the resources, what are the sources of law that are applicable. So that to me is an issue that can be addressed rather easily. The more complicated issue is the second one he mentions, which is that because of the confidentiality of arbitration, you do not have the benefit of developing a public body of law that can continue to be used in future arbitration. And that's a little bit more tricky because if you make it public, there are consequences to that. And if you keep it private, then there are issues with that as well. But I think he's just raising the awareness that we need to be mindful of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael. And I'm looking to see if anybody else is raising their hands from our panel. Oh, I see. Sorry, your pictures are all so small. Go ahead, Sange from OAG.
Hello, am I audible?
You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I have first question I have for Madam Secretary. So this is regarding Madam Secretary. Question for Madam Secretary. This is regarding the professionalism that Madam Tasha Secretary talked about. Tasha talked about to ensure the professionalism of employees working in the public contracts. There has to be a proper enforcement of rules and regulation, strict imposition of penalties. That was also reinforced in the Mr. Tashitopji's presentation. But we all agree that when it comes to employees, the efficient employees that we need in the system, we have to motivate people to retain them because we are losing good people for the greener pasture. So as a leader, I think it is important for us to think about how to retain people, how to motivate people. And at the same time, Tasha's secretary has before served as a the secretary. She was the commissioner to RCSE, and she may know the challenges that RCSE is facing. So on that note, my question would be, what sort of a strategy, or in what opinion, or in your opinion, how would we ensure professionalism in the public procurement vis-a-vis engineers, public procurement officers, and site supervisors? I think strategizing how to motivate them, how to retain them is more important than looking from one lenses of strictly penalizing them, or for that matter, enforcing the rules and regulation. That is one question. And sorry, the other question is to Professor Christopher. And I really agree when you talk about the arbitration system. You say that the arbitration, the award doesn't really articulate into a rule of law, like the judgment, case precedents. And there's so many sort of abused of system by the arbitrators. Maybe it will lead to unethical practices as well. In Bhutan, we have this, when it comes to public contracts, arbitration is by default as a settlement, mode of settlement. But recently, the ministry has issued a notification saying that the disputes between the contractors and the procuring agencies will be referred to Royal Court of Justice, basically through a judicial settlement. But when it comes to international contracts, like procuring international contractors for big hydropowers, it is a standard, settlement of mode of settlement of dispute that it has to be referred to arbitration. So on that note, what best alternatives would we have if you do not go for arbitration? So basically 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, those were directed all over the place. Thank you very much for those. Dasho Kizang, do you want to take a first crack at that, or does somebody else from the panel want to take a crack at that? Go ahead, Dasho.
Yes, thank you, Sange. It's good to get your question. And with regard to professionalism and retaining people and challenges of them moving to greener pastures, I think this is the emerging challenge that every country is facing. Bhutan is going to face it even more. And that is mainly because we are not able to provide the needs of our youth or the generation that is coming into employment. So for me personally, I believe that I think the extrinsic motivation, like, financial or something, it will not be long lasting. We have to ensure that when our children or the civil servants who join in any profession, they have to join with a commitment to serve the king, country, and people. So that is the motivation which has to be there. So irrespective of what we give to them, if at the end of the day, they are only looking at their own personal gains, I think it will be very difficult. So that is why I would always like to urge my people or the people who work with me, my colleagues. So how do I go about trying to ensure that they're able to deliver or to stay back? So the main thing I always try to look at is try to ask them, what is it that you find value while you are serving as a civil servant? That is why I connected in my opening remarks. I feel that I had entered into a contractual agreement with the government, people, and the king to serve the public of my country. And today I'm grateful. I feel that is the obligation that I have fulfilled successfully. I have lived up to that obligation. So at the end of the day, if you do not find meaning in what you do, if you're not able to connect with the greater cause, you are thinking you are just constructing that house, or you are just processing that procurement and completing it. And that is you feel is the impact. You don't realize you're contributing to developing for our future generation. If we are not able to connect to that core inside of each one of us, nothing can keep us behind. People will look for greener pastures every now and then, but we have to make sure that we can make them find meaning in what they do, however small it may be, and how they are contributing for the country. Then I'm telling you, it can be Aussie dollars, it can be any dollars, nothing will make them, lure them to go to another place, irrespective of how much we are getting as a civil servant. So this is what I feel. And I think our citizens and our civil servants need no inspiration. I don't have to be an inspiring person to them to stay back and serve the country. We have His Majesty right now. Look at His Majesty. Where is he? We are here in Thimphu, enjoying, even when there is lockdown, feeling very safe and working in our homes. His Majesty with the Prime Minister is moving around all the affected areas. Just see what we are putting His Majesty into and what sacrifice he is doing. To the extent he has been, if I would like to encourage or motivate the people who are here and who are listening live, His Majesty has sold the shares that is there in His Majesty's, which is there in his prerogative, to ensure that people who are not employed can get a monthly income to at least have basic sustenance to live through this pandemic. People who came back from abroad, they were able to get a basic amount to live in the country during this pandemic. They were displaced from other countries and came back here. But still, His Majesty, to the extent for people who are suffering in other countries, also extended help through our missions, through any possible ways to ensure they were protected. They did not face this pandemic alone. I am sure this pandemic has sent a message loud and clear to all the citizens of the country, all the Bhutanese in Bhutan, far outside Bhutan, what it is that His Majesty is doing for our country. And if we are not able to take the message, then I think my speaking out anywhere will not help at all. Each one of us has to just look. We don't have to look to external countries' leaders. We have to just look at His Majesty at this point of time to take inspiration and have the professionalism, or the if I would like to say, is for them to be able to serve the country and be able to see the future generations enjoy the fruit that we are seeing now because of His Majesty, the fourth king, our parents who have slogged when they were constructing the roads. We have to reflect on that. Then only we will be able to contribute fully with purpose. That is why I urge everybody, unity of purpose and heart is important. Not just talking. We need to come in very strongly and take inspiration from none other than His Majesty the King. And even Her Majesty, Her Majesty right now is in Thimphu, and His Majesty is in Phuentsholing. It is His Majesty's birthday. They are not able to celebrate. Imagine, we all would love to celebrate it with our near and dear ones. For who? For the country, for us, for the citizens. You are here today. You may want to go to other countries, but you can. But think that Bhutan is going to be here forever. And this is going to be what we are going to call as Bhutanese, for us to say very proudly, anywhere, I am a Bhutanese. Only when Bhutan is there, our kings have sacrificed for it. So I feel that in the professionalism and all will come as long as you are able to connect, and the connection has to come from the heart, not from anywhere. So this is my message today to the question that Sange asked, and to all the participants here, as well as to all the participants who may be watching it live on YouTube. I would believe that I live like that, and I would urge everybody to also follow in that same path. Thank you, Sangi. I hope I've been able to give it from my heart.
Thank you very much, Dasho Kaesang. And what a wonderful way to conclude this panel before the 1 o'clock lunch break here, then with that sort of rousing call to action and call to arms on His Majesty's birthday. So thank you so much for that. I join the entire JSW Law community in thanking all four of our speakers, Dasho Kaesang, of course, Professor Raphael, Professor Chris, and Tashi, sir, for a lively and very fertile and cross-fertilizing presentation and conversation today. I regret that, as is often the case with such great panels, we have run out of time. The organizers inform me that we will reconvene again in 1 hour at the top of the hour. And so we look forward to seeing everyone in an hour. So have a great lunch for those of you that are in that time zone. For our friends in North America, get some sleep. It's a work day tomorrow. And for everyone else, we'll see you shortly. Thanks for coming.
Nice to meet you, Sherpa. So you introduce some
Welcome back, everyone. The next session we have is so sorry. We'll be having our third session, which will be moderated by Nima Dorji, Assistant Professor. Nima Dorji is Assistant Professor of Comparative Constitutional Law and Bhutanese Constitutional Law at Jimmy Singh Wanchu School of Law. He also teaches a course on gross national happiness in the law. He's one of the founding faculty members of Bhutan's first law school and a PhD candidate at the University of Victoria. Prior to joining JSW Law, he worked as a legal officer at Bhutan National Legal Institute, BNLI, Bhutan's Judicial Academy, and he was one of the founding staff of the institute. Nima received his Master of Laws from University of Canberra in Australia and Bachelor of Law and Arts from Nalsa University of Law in India. I would like to hand it over to Nima Dorji.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. I hope I am audible. Before I start with this panel discussion, I would like to start by sending my heartfelt prayers to His Majesty's Majesty's good health and well-being, who is right now leading fight against COVID-19, visiting high-risk areas even during his birthday today. So, and also we have heard from His Majesty during several occasions about the concerns he has about the public procurement as well as public contract system in Bhutan. And I think this conference is sort of a very befitting tribute for the day. And it is heartening to see that there are lots of participants from different stakeholders taking part in this conference. And with this, I will introduce the panel. For that, I would like to request my panel speakers to put on your video so that I can introduce together, so that I don't have to reintroduce later. So for this panel or session, we have 4 speakers, but 2 presenting together. So in total, 3 papers presentation. And the first speaker we have is Pam Lama, who is Director for Operations and Strategy at Bhutan Ecological Society, which is an environmental non-profit organization in Bhutan. And prior to joining Bhutan Ecological Society, she worked at Asian Development Bank, International Institute for Sustainable Development, Secretariat for the New Development Paradigm, and also Bhutan Foundation in areas of socioeconomic development, green public procurement, sustainable consumption and production, societal well-being, and gross national happiness. And she led a very important research and communication project that is EU-funded green public procurement in Bhutan, so GPP Bhutan project. And the second speaker we have is Sring Dorka, who is lecturer here at JSW Law, and she teaches environmental law and public international law here in JSW Law as well. And she has a Bachelor of Law degree from University of Kent, UK. And she also has a postgraduate diploma in national law from Royal Institute of Management here in Thimphu. And she has her master's degree from Lewis and Clark Law School, USA, who is known for environmental law. And also co-presenting with Sring Dorka is Sonam Sring, senior lecturer at JSW Law as well. And he is also assistant dean of the research center at JSW Law. And he is currently teaching contract law and public contracts, procedural law, media and privacy laws. And before joining JSW Law, he worked at National Assembly, serving as committee secretary to different parliamentary committees. And before that, he also worked at Bhutan Narcotic Control Authority as assistant legal officer. And he has a master's from Washington University, George Washington University Law School in USA as well. And his law degree from Pune, India, and also postgraduate diploma from Royal Institute of Management. And he is a so-called lawyer from Thimphu who writes weekly legal column for Council. And his area of interest includes Bhutanese legal system, consumer protection, contracts, media, gender, and persons with disabilities. And the final speaker for the session is Madam Sring Chodin, who is Chief Procurement Officer at Ministry of Finance, working for the Central Procurement and Property Division under the Department of National Properties, Ministry of Finance. Prior to taking this position, she served as the officiating head of the procurement section under the Directorate of Services, Ministry of Works and Human Settlement, where she was responsible for administering and managing the procurement section of the ministry. And earlier, she also worked as research officer in the Government Procurement and Property Management Division under the Ministry of Finance, where she conducted a nationwide study on central procurement of goods and worked as project manager in developing the asset inventory management system for government. So in terms of speakers, we have both scholars who are doing research on this particular field, as well as who has sort of a practical experiences in implementing the policies that are placed in Bhutan. So with this, I would like to request Prem Lama to start the presentation. And before that, I also like to inform all the presenters that you'll have 15 minutes time to present your paper, and I would request everyone to conclude within 15 minutes so that we can have sort of more discussions at the end. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Less. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And before I begin, I join everyone here and the nation to wish His Majesty a very happy birthday. And thank you also to JSW Law for inviting me to speak on green public procurement. Before I begin, I think I wanted to sort of have a disclaimer, because this is it seems an esteemed panel of a lot of people who know about procurement as well as law. Neither of those things are my expertise. So my presentation today will be more of a practical experience of doing a project on green public procurement. And I'll go sort of explain a little bit about how it all began, what kind of things we did, and what we learned from such an experience on the ground. And hopefully what I will say will add a little bit of a perspective from a non-legal side and a non-procurement person's side, and as well as, I think, set the ground for what are the things apart from law, for example, that are also important in order to have the procurement system be sustainable, resilient, transparent, etc. So with that, I'm going to share my screen and start my presentation. Okay. I hope this is visible to everyone. Please let me know if there's any issues with my presentation. Yes. So the project that I was a part of was called GPP Bhutan, or Green Public Procurement in Bhutan. This was a project that was funded by the European Union through their Switch Asia program. And it was a 3.5-year program from 2014 to 2017. So the objective of this project was to strategically scale up public demand for sustainable goods and services. And the reason that we wanted to do this was actually use procurement as a leverage, sort of like as a tool to actually promote sort of greener and sustainable development in Bhutan. And so the project was made up of an international consortium of partners, the International Institute of Sustainable Development, which was the organization that I worked for, as well as another international organization called the Collaborating Center on Sustainable Consumption and Production from Germany, as well as 3 local partners in Bhutan, including IRM, RSPN, and the BCCI. So before I begin, I think a little bit in the morning, Professor Eukins talked a little bit about green public procurement, as well as, of course, Dr. Secretary mentioned about procurement as well as green public procurement. But I just wanted to sort of establish the definition that we worked off of when we were doing the project. So in our project, we defined the GPP from what the European Commission uses as the definition, where it is a process where the government authorities seek to procure goods, services, and works with a reduced environmental impact throughout the life cycle of the projects compared to goods and services otherwise that would be procured. So this was the main definition that we worked off of and how we applied in our project in Bhutan. In short, I think what we really wanted to do through the project was to sort of seek to optimize value for money across life cycle of goods, services, and works. And these two sort of definitions, value for money and life cycle of the products, were 2 very important definitions that we used throughout in our project. So what were some of the specific objectives of the project we did? So the first one was the main objective was to foster green public procurement practices in Bhutan to be used as a driver for green growth, as I mentioned a little earlier. And before I move forward, I must say that all of our work was based before the new PRR and the SBDs were revised in 2019. So a lot of what work we did was based on the procurement practices and the PRR of 2009, which was, I think, revised in 2013 as well. So most of our work was based on sort of trying to look at how, in the current practices at that time, how we could improve the procurement practices to really help procurement be sort of a driver for green growth and to promote sustainable development in our country. So accordingly, as you see on my screen, some of the specific project objectives was to increase positive environmental, social, and economic impacts of public consumption, because a lot of times I think procurement, that from a common understanding, is viewed as you just buy things because you need those things, whether it is a bridge or whether it's a laptop or a furniture. You buy it because you need it in the office or in the public system. But it is never viewed as something that could actually impact the environmental impacts in the country or the social impacts of that purchase. So I think we really wanted to change that mindset that the government procurement is a purchasing power that is much more than just money, and that can be used for environmental and social causes throughout the country. So the other sort of objective for the project was to provide incentives for sustainable production and supply to the suppliers in the country. And then the third objective of the project was to build both public side as well as sort of the supply side capacities for doing green public procurement. So I'll not go through everything very in detail, but some of the main activities of these projects were to firstly look at sort of the institutional settings in terms of legal as well as procurement sort of process settings of how those things were done and whether they were in line or in support of green public procurement. The second activity was to raise awareness on GPP. The third was to develop dedicated sort of guidance materials for public procurers as well as suppliers to use it if they wanted to start doing GPP. The next one was to design and facilitate sort of training sessions to really build sort of the HR capacity of Bhutanese procurers as well as suppliers. We also did a small pilot tender to test out some of our findings as well as the sort of the guidance materials that we had developed for Bhutan. And then the last activity and objective was to provide long-term GPP implementation platform, in which we have, I'll talk about it a little later. We had established partnership with the RIM to have a GPP curriculum at RIM. So the target audience for our project at that time were two. The first one is, of course, the procurers. This included ministries, autonomous agencies, local governments, as well as state-owned enterprises. So a lot of the procurement officers, as well as people in their sort of the finance administration procurement divisions. And then the second big target group were the suppliers. So these were manufacturing industries, wholesale dealers, retail businesses, many of the CSMIs that we sort of trained and that we included in our awareness as well as our training activities. So let me talk a little bit about the impact and results of what we did. So the first key impact of the project that we did, which I think we spent around a year doing only this, was to really research the GPP scenario in Bhutan, which meant that we came up with various research papers. Firstly, like I mentioned a little earlier, looking at the laws of the country, looking at the supply side, looking at what are the frameworks for procurement, and looking at how, in general, how in Bhutan this GPP could be taken forward or not. What were the roadblocks and what were some of the opportunities there? The second key impact that we had was to actually produce the GPP handbooks. So we had produced two handbooks, one on goods and services, and the other one on infrastructure or public works, as we've called it. And these two handbooks were to really establish a guideline and a checklist for the public procurers if they wanted to start doing GPP. The next, I think, key impact of our project was actually on the awareness raising as well as capacity building. So in terms of capacity building, we had 3 high-level seminars through the 3.5 years of the project, where we sort of brought in almost all, I think, parliamentarians at the time, all high senior level bureaucrats at the time, to really talk about how this public procurement must be thought about a little differently, and that public procurement can be used as a tool to drive sort of the national priorities and to drive green growth in the country. We also had 7 supplier trainings, 4 training of procurers, and numerous awareness events throughout the project. And the last, of course, key impact was, I think, the establishment of the GPP curriculum at RIM. This curriculum, also now the RIM serves as our platform for all the materials that I have mentioned, all the research materials and the handbooks, which are all available through the RIM GPP website. And of course, at RIM, there is a curriculum for procurers currently. So those were some of the key impacts, but because this is also a JSW law event, so I thought I'll talk a little bit through in terms of specifically related to legal sort of aspects. What were some things that we uncovered, and what were some things that we did towards that end. So the first thing, or the most important or the most relevant thing for this I think audience was that our review of the standard bidding documents. Once again, I should remind you that this is the standard bidding documents of 2009. So I'm sure that in the new procurement SBD documents, that many things have changed, hopefully for the better, and have incorporated a lot of the recommendations we had made at the time. But I'll go on a little bit about how we have reviewed this and what are some sort of specific text recommendations that we had made in order to make Bhutanese procurement system more sustainable and more green. I'll go through that in a little bit. So first, let me rewind back and talk about the legal analysis we did through our project. So as you can see in the slide, we did legal analysis at different levels. So not just looking at the national policies and laws, but also looking at international and regional policies and laws to really see what is the legal scenario for doing GPP in Bhutan. And the reason that we also looked at sort of regional and international laws and agreements were that these play a very big role in Bhutanese procurement, because we are a small country and do depend on our neighbors and the international sort of context to allow us to do what we want to do. So in our review, we saw that in international and regional agreements that we have, there is nothing that was very specific in terms of promoting GPP. However, there were some preferential program sort of arrangements and spaces that was detected and that we could probably use to our advantage when we wanted to, sort of go and implement GPP in Bhutan. In terms of the current legislations and all national laws and regulations, we found that actually there is enough space in Bhutanese laws for incorporating social and environmental considerations into the procurement process. Like starting right from the constitution to very good and strict environmental laws. I think there were many spaces that we saw that said that environment and social safeguards and sort of importance were always there in our laws, and that there was nothing stopping anyone. No procurer was being stopped from procuring green. It's just that maybe we didn't have specific guidelines to guide procurers to procure green. We found that the main sort of areas where we could implement green procurement, at least from our research at the time of the laws and regulations at that time, was in the pre-qualification and qualification criteria for bidders. That was the first space. The second space where we could introduce GPP was in technical specifications or when we specify scope of work. The third space was in the evaluation of bid. And the fourth point was at the establishment of contract conditions. So like I said, we found out through our study that laws were good enough, that we just needed to introduce GPP in various different steps of the procurement process. So in the SPT analysis, like I mentioned, so we did only one during the course of the project of like a very detailed sort of SBD analysis, and that was of the SBD on goods above 0.25 million. This was again in the previous SBDs. So please bear with me if this seems obsolete, but hopefully there will be some things that will be useful. So we followed mostly during the recommendations and the review, sort of the guidelines that the World Bank was coming up at the time when we were doing this, because of course, even the World Bank was in itself in the process of reviewing their procurement processes and had come up with new sort of guidelines for themselves for sustainable procurement. And some of the recommendations we made were in different sort of sections of the SBDs, including instructions to bidders, bid data sheet, evaluation and qualification criteria, schedule of supplies, and the general conditions of the contract. And because I think my time is almost up, I'm going to very quickly give you a very quick example of what were the types of proposed amendments that we were suggesting. For example, as you can see again on the slide, just proposing some text that would enable GPP to be put forward to the bidders as well as people to the procurers. To really put the language such as what does lowest evaluated bid mean, what does life cycle thinking or life cycle costing mean, what does value for money mean, and how these will be important in the procurement of goods and services. Similarly, like in instructions to bidders, we had proposed some texts that would be addition that would really highlight some of the green public procurement aspects. I won't go through all of this. All of this is available online on the resources that I will mention. So, but just to say that we did make very sort of, we looked at very deeply as to what needed to happen in order for our country to move towards GPP. And what we realized were that it was more the details, that the devil was in the details rather than the general laws and regulations. And so the details is what we needed to work on further. So just to wrap up my presentation, some of the rooms for improvement, this also comes from a publication that is available online, so I wouldn't spend too much time. But some of the recommendations and room for improvements that I think we have for our country beyond sort of the legal aspects are these. So the first one is the increase in market availability of green goods and services. No matter what kind of good laws and rules we have for procurement, if the market does not have green goods and services available, then they would not be able to deliver what the government wants. So we really need to increase sort of the supply side capacity for procuring green. The second important aspect is to embed this idea of life cycle thinking into procurement. Of course, I think when I glance through the new SBDs, there are some mention about after sales services. So things of that nature where we think about the life cycle of the procurement of whether it's a good or works or infrastructure. I think that thinking is very important to incorporate. The next is to establish supplier appraisal and qualification on environmental and social dimensions. Currently, our suppliers are maybe only, of course, pre-qualification is only for larger works, from what I remember, but that there isn't really, qualification criteria for suppliers who are more green or more environmentally conscious or more socially responsible. So I think really having some sort of qualification criteria for suppliers who are being very responsible environmentally and socially would really help sort of raise the capacity in which we can take forward GPP. The next one is to employ strategies to minimize the cost of procuring green. When we were doing our project, one of the most sort of common, not complaints, but concerns, I would say, of procurers were that if we procure green, this will be more expensive. and that for a government that is trying to meet sort of public needs in so many different ways, that we just don't have enough money. And so I think there are certain strategies such as, which is again mentioned in some of the research we've done, but employing strategies so that we minimize the cost of procuring green alternatives. So that will be an important aspect to look into. And then the last very important aspect, I think, is to monitor green contracts after awarded. Why we put this is that in Bhutan, at the time when we were reviewing, that contracts or monitoring was not as extensive, and that for green contracts especially, I think it would be very important, because it'll be very easy for someone to say it's green or sustainable, and then, after the contract is finished, to just kind of finish their commitment there and not, and then maybe that good or service or work may not deliver. So I think this monitoring aspect will be very important. And with that, I think I've taken up more than my allotted time, so I'll stop there. Just to give you a shout out to the RIM GPP platform. For all of the sort of research work we have done, it's all available. There is also GPP video available. Happy to share the resources with everyone, and especially the students if they're interested. And with that, I end here, and back to you, Lesser Nima.
Lasla, thank you so much for your presentation. I'll reserve my comment for later, and in interest of time, request Singdoka and Sonsering to give a presentation on greening the public procurement through e-waste management.
Yes, thank you, La. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Nima, for providing our introduction earlier. So in the interest of time, what we have decided is that I'll present our paper, and for the Q&A part, Professor Somsring will be joining me. So I would like to ask the IT officers if they can have my presentations up on the screen before I start. So in the meantime, I would also like to join the nation in wishing His Majesty a very happy 42nd birth anniversary. And before I begin my presentation, I would also like to flag this up. The paper we are presenting today is a study in progress. And we are presenting this paper today to better the research paper by incorporating the comments that we received today. And the recommendations that we provide today would definitely be subject to revision. So if I dive right in, the title, as you can see up on the screen, our paper is on greening the public procurement through e-waste management. And next slide, please. And this is the overview. We're having certain technical glitches, so if in the meantime, I'll just wait for them to have the presentation up on the screen. Okay, so this is the overview of the presentation. I'll firstly go through the constitutional mandate on conservation of environment. And since the primary focus of the paper is on e-waste management, I'll briefly go through the e-waste issues in the country and the policies in place to currently address the e-waste in the country. And I'll also be focusing briefly on the emergence of e-governance in Bhutan, with a special focus on digital Drukgyal project and the possibility of e-waste problems that might arise because of the project. And in the later part of the presentation, I'll be taking you through about the current e-waste issues and the loopholes and failure of implementations of the current e-waste legislation in place. And then I'll focus on the procurement practices, that is on green public procurement that Madam Pem Lama just mentioned, and the procurement policies that are in place. And lastly, based on all the some of the best practices that we research, we'll be providing some recommendation or e-waste solutions. So moving on to the first part of the presentation, as we are are all aware, Bhutan is one of the few countries in the world whose constitution mandates the protection of environment. So out of the 35 articles that we have in the constitutional, Article 5 is purely devoted to environment. And as mentioned above, since the paper's focus is on e-waste management, the provision in the constitution which we thought were related are sections 1 and 2 of Article 5. So Section 1 basically requires every Bhutanese citizen to be a trustee of Bhutan's natural resources. And Section 2 further imposes the duty on the government to conserve and protect the natural resources from pollution and ecological degradation. And this provision basically imposes a fundamental duty on the people and the government to preserve the environment while preventing all forms of pollution through drafting of effective laws and policies and ensuring proper implementation and adherence to these laws. And we thought that the constitutional mandate to manage e-waste is elaborated and given legislative teeth through the Waste Prevention and Management Act of Bhutan, 2009, which basically aims to control and prohibit illegal dumping of waste into the environment. So the act covers all forms of waste, including solid, liquid, hazardous, non-hazardous waste, organic as well as inorganic waste from residential and agricultural, etc. And while we were researching, we found out that the act doesn't specifically have chapters on e-waste, but it does mention e-waste subtly under section 15 of the act because it talks about hazardous waste. And moving on to the Waste Prevention and Management Regulation 2012, in accordance with section 53 of the act, the regulations were established to implement the provisions of the act and identify the rules and areas of implementation of the implementing agencies for the sound management of management system, e-waste management system. So unlike the act, the regulation actually incorporates a chapter which is on e-waste. So it is chapter 7 of the regulation which specifically discusses e-waste management, identifying the implementing authority, functions of various stakeholders, and the e-waste management entity law. So I'll be discussing more regarding the implementation of this legislation in later part of the presentation. Heading on to the e-governance, some of the examples that we thought were related and some of the examples of emergence of e-governance in the country can be established through the introduction of Druk Digital Project. And secondly could be the launching of e-governance master plan in 2014. And another example of e-governance is Bhutan advancing from medium e-government development index in 2018 to a high-level EGDI in 2020. And Bhutan has risen 23 places on the index, and Bhutan is currently ranked 103rd amongst the 193 UN member states. And as mentioned earlier in our paper, we are focused on the Druk Digital Project, and His Majesty, the Fifth King, during the 7th session of the First Parliament on May 20th, 2011, stated that there was a resistance for change and resistance to work collaboratively among the agencies in the country to make services better for public citizens. So furthermore, during the 106th National Day address in 2013, His Majesty further stated that it has become very evident that the institutions in our country are all asserting independence and seeking greater autonomy at the expense of overall harmony. And he further stated that there is a limited communication amongst the agencies and coordination amongst the agencies, and this has invariably led to the lack of coherence between the agencies. So therefore, inspired by His Majesty's vision and the Royal Command, the Royal Government of Bhutan, they have proposed a holistic and coordinated whole of government program to basically make use of the ICT to effectively deliver end-to-end online services so that citizens, irrespective of where they live, would have equitable access to public services by end of 12th five-year plan. So the vision of the project is to basically harness the power of ICT to transform Bhutan into a smart and inclusive society. And the project was approved during the financial year of 2019 to 2020. And the activities of the flagship, it started around October of 2019 now. And as you can see, the project is very huge, and it is worth around 313 billion. And it basically intends to create a digital ecosystem for the citizens to allow quick and equal access to all public services. So as you all know, good governance is one of the keynote pillars of gross national happiness, and the digital Drukgyal program will basically create such a digital ecosystem for citizens to reduce bureaucratic red tape and inequitable access to services, and transform into a smart and inclusive society, contributing significantly to the strengthening of good governance law. So as per our study, when we were going through the Druk digital flagship program, and these are some of the examples or the programs that consist under the digital Drukgyal flagship program. So the immediate plans of the projects are that a total of 1,400 offices will be connected, including colleges, schools, hospitals, regional offices, local government offices. And the flagship program also includes construction of computer labs, setting up of computer labs in primary schools and larger higher schools, and also strengthening internet connectivity. For example, in June 2012, the government provided laptops to Singye Namgil Primary School, which is a very remote school in Athang Wangdi Phodrang, and they were provided with laptops and internet connection under the digital Drukgyal flagship program. So this was done to benefit both the students and the teachers in the information sharing process, and to make online learning easier, especially during the pandemic. So within the five-year plan, the current 5-year plan, 490 computer labs are in pipeline to be set up across different schools in the country. And additionally, mobile computer labs would also be set up to ensure all students to have access to computer labs as well. And last year, the government supplied numerous i3 and i5 computers to a number of schools, and it may continue to do so. And as we all, when I have mentioned this, you might all be thinking here that the global market has already been flooded with i11 processors. And this, as we can all see, poses a very serious issue of needing to replace the existing laptops with lower specification with the high specifications. So while this project, as you might have already guessed, helps in emergence of e-governance in the country and also looks very promising, it does come with the downside. And as we all know, e-waste, unlike our everyday consumer rubbish, electronic waste is especially challenging to deal with because it contains a range of hazardous substances, which is very impactful when it comes to environment as well as to human health. And the possibility of e-waste project from this project will be very enormous, because integrating the entire country to digital ecosystem will require huge IT infrastructure developments, and will require procurements of hundreds of thousands of electronic devices at various levels, including private or personal devices to access the services. And secondly, the country has already reported over 700,000 mobile users with the introduction of 5G. Majority of users, we're thinking, will have to upgrade their phones to a newer phones which support 5G services. And many schools and institutions currently use much lower processors, as I've mentioned earlier, such as i3 and i5. And when the global market is already flooded with i11, this may push the government to replace these older devices with newer ones, creating enormous e-waste. So in fact, they are already indirect advertisement that we're receiving. And I'm sure we have all received a text from our respective phone network providers stating that only certain phones support 5G services. So we can see that the government does not have, I'll talk more about this, does not have comprehensive policies or guidelines in place regarding e-waste, although such projects are given a lot of priority. So when it comes to the implementation of legislation pertaining to e-waste management, there is a lack of proper implementation of e-waste laws in place. For instance, Waste Prevention and Management Act, it does not provide for strategies or methods of segregation, transportation, and disposals of e-waste. And the language of Chapter 7 of the Act titled Mechanism of Implementing Agencies leaves the administrative and physical mechanism involved with management of e-waste to be dealt with by respective agencies that are given the authority under the Act law. So this allows the agencies to adopt specific mechanisms suitable for use by relevant agencies of managing e-waste as long as they are in accordance with the Act. So NEC being the apex body and DITT being the focal agency of the digital Drukgyal project, and various other ministries are given individual responsibilities like the Education Ministry for raising awareness and educating people on waste management, and Ministry of Economic Affairs for management of trade and industries, etc. So such a system has led to a lack of coordination among the various ministries and institutions, which has ultimately failed at managing e-waste efficiently. So detecting these problems with the Act, the regulation of 2012 was also formulated to aid in with the implementation of Act through the identifications of roles and responsibilities of the implementing agencies. So despite the provisions specifying responsibilities of agencies under the regulation, the government is still unable to dispose of its waste in an environmentally friendly way owing to the lack of monitoring of implementation and evaluation of the current practices law. However, even in the regulation, the problem of lack of coordination among the ministries and relevant institutions are still remain unsolved. If I am to give you an example of the lack of monitoring, the Department of National Properties, they auction the e-waste collected from the government offices to the scrap dealers in Bhutan and in India. However, while conducting interviews and doing research, we found out that no government body monitors what the scrap dealers do with e-waste or how they actually dispose of the e-waste. So this is yet another failure on the part of implementing agencies to monitor transporters and exporters in line with Section 135 of the regulation law. Further, Section 134 of the regulation spells out the tasks and responsibilities of e-waste management entity. And after doing much research on it, we found out that e-waste management entity is just a body that is existing only on the paper, and it doesn't exist when implementing these legislations and laws. Another big challenge that we found out in implementation of the regulation is the lack of financial resources that are required to establish e-waste treatment facilities. And if the e-waste continues to increase in the future with such projects like Drukgyal digital project coming up, without a proper disposal mechanism, we feel that having a treatment facility will be an environmental and economical friendly option. So as we can see here, although the government prioritizes such e-governances and digital tax as important, we see that there is still a very lack of dedicated budget for such e-waste management. Now moving on to the green procurement, as you have already heard from many distinguished speakers today, public procurement is a very powerful tool that can help drive markets towards more sustainable production patterns. And government, they buy large quantities of products ranging from office supplies to vehicles and buildings, and manage large infrastructure projects such as roads and bridges. So making strategic purchasing decisions can save the government money while helping to achieve broader policy goals such as environmental stewardship and job growth. So the procurement system in place that we currently have in place has a huge impact on the waste generated, as the goods imported directly translates to the waste generated in the country. So while researching, we again found out that Bhutan's existing legal framework under the public procurement rules and regulation, it does not currently mandate green procurement or for the procurement system to be designed based on life cycle impact. And although currently there is no mandate or requirement under the procurement rules and regulation to strive for green procurement, there is one pilot project known as GPP, that's Green Public Procurement, that was mentioned very wellly by Madam Pem Lama earlier before my presentation. And it's already under underway, and it is assisting some government agencies where green procurement system would be used. And as mentioned earlier, it is important to have provisions on green procurement, as all these criteria used would be used to select the bidder. So government should follow the green procurement, because we feel that the government procurement, we found out that the government procurement accounts for almost 76% of the total procurement of the country. So based on GPP's finding, which says that currently the tenders are selected on lowest bidding price. Instead, if the government promotes sustainable development and achieves the value for money across all life cycles of works, goods and services procured, rather than on focusing on lowest bid, we feel that the picture will change for better. So considering the pilot project of GPP is already in place, we would recommend introducing green procurement provisions in the current public procurement rules and regulation. Secondly, we are recommending that the e-waste management entity that I talked about, it should be given life, because this entity, if established, can play a key role in designating roles for management of e-waste to different agencies. And we also feel that there should be data available on the issue of e-waste, considering the necessity of educating the people regarding e-waste issues in the country. And lastly, we thought that it would be good to focus on good practices of management of e-waste around the world, like, for example, in Estonia and China, and try to introduce the practices which might work in Bhutan. I think I have run over time. But thank you for providing us with this opportunity, and I look forward for the discussion later on in the session. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sring, for the presentation. And now looking at two presentations, we see why GPP in terms of e-waste that's being generated, and in the first presenter presented that the GPP is possible in terms of the overall policy and legal framework we have. And now moving on. In terms of incorporation of environmental criteria in tendering process. With this, I request Madam Sring to present.
Las, thank you. Let me share my screen. I would like to thank the moderator, the Professor Nimadoji, for introducing me. So in the interest of time, I would like to strictly go into my presentation. The area of my study was incorporation of environmental criteria in the tendering process, moving towards green public procurement in Bhutan. My co-author is Dr. Kulapa Sorantana, Associate Professor at Faculty of Logistics and Supply Chain Management, Naresuan University, Thailand. So these are the content of my presentation. I would like to begin with the introduction, focusing on goals and objectives, the methods that I've adopted, results and discussions. Finally, I would like to conclude my presentation with some recommendations to improve the existing study. Sustainable public procurement plays an influential tool for an organization to plan sustainability needs and sensible use of nature. Secondly, the government organization can efficiently use the public resources by finding out means to reduce social and economic cost with innovation. Finally, the social priority can be attended with improved working condition, which can increase the productivity as well. What propelled me to initiate in this area of study is because the Royal Government of Bhutan spends around 21% of gross domestic product, which accounted for about 60 to 70% of annual budget on public procurement of goods, works, and services. Lately, upon the study of budget allocation and expenditure incurred on procurement of goods for fiscal year 2012 to 13, This study observed that 272.89 million was allocated to 62 government budgeted agencies, primarily for procurement of office supplies, printing and publications. Of the total budget mentioned earlier, 5.32 million was spent on procurement of paper cartridges by 10 government agencies. Likewise, of the total budget of 89.81 million for procurement of computers and peripherals, 33.2 million was spent in procurement of computers, printer and photocopier. Thus, it was observed that mounting budget has been spent on the procurement of office supplies by the government agencies. The other reason behind is based on the Good Governance Committee's report published in 2016, it was stated that the government faced challenges in curbing inferior qualities of goods, works, and services, burdening government exchequers on repair and maintenance in the later stage. Further down the line, there were, in fact, I think several studies were being conducted in regard to green public procurement in Bhutan by EU-funded projects. There were, in fact, many legislative laws in place that supports green public procurement in Bhutan. However, as per the study, it determined that there was lacks of implementation of green public procurement or incorporation of environmental criteria in the tendering process. With this note, these were the goals and objectives of my study: to assess the extent of implementation of environmental criteria by the government agencies during the procurement process of goods, to identify environmental criteria for most commonly used items, that is IT equipment, paper, toners, etc. Finally, to recommend the relevant authority to incorporate the environmental criteria in the tendering process. So these were the methods that I've implemented or adopted to achieve the goals and objectives that I've set. In order to assess the extent of implementation of environmental criteria, the method that I've adopted was descriptive research design. In order to identify the population for this area of study, the random sampling method was being adopted. In order to determine the population for this study, I have adopted the Yamana formula. Basically, for this study, the identified population were 62 procurement officers working under different government budgeted agencies. That is ministry, autonomous bodies, municipal officers, and districts. The survey instrument that I have used is the structured questionnaire, which was then validated by the experts concerned. For your kind information, for this study, I have nominated 4 experts concerned who had very sound knowledge in green public procurement in Bhutan through purposive sampling method. The data involved, the data that I've collected is consisted of both primary and secondary data, which was then processed and analyzed using univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis. However, for this particular study, I focused more on basic descriptive analysis, focusing more on frequency, percentage, cross-tabulation, and in order to validate the reliability of data, I have used the computer-aided validation checks. So that is how I have achieved the first goal of my study. In order to achieve the second objective of my study, that is to identify and prioritize the environmental criteria, I have conducted a very comprehensive literature to identify the main and sub-criterions. After having reviewed the peer-reviewed journals, there were 4 main criteria sub-associated with 25 different sub-criterions. One of the MCDM method, that is AHP model, has been adopted to determine the judgment provided by the experts concerned towards prioritization of list of environmental criteria that can be adopted in the tendering process. So after having prioritized the environmental criteria, these will be submitted towards the relevant authority concerned to be incorporated in the tender documents. These were the results that I've derived in order to assess the extent of implementation of environmental criteria. As I mentioned before, the structured questionnaires was been adopted to determine the extent of implementation or to assess the degree of implementation of GPP by the procurers. The questionnaire was divided into two categories. The part one, basically to determine the demography of the procurement officer concerns, and the second part to assess the extent of implementation of green criteria in the procurement process or procurement of goods in specific. Of the 62 respondent, primarily the procurement officers concerns, 85.5% of procurement officers were involved in procurement process, with 69% of respondent had job experience of more than 5 years. In regard to the procurement category, 51.60% of the procurement officers catered to procurement of goods, works, and services. However, 38.70% of procurement officers mainly dealt in procurement of goods in specific. The majority of the respondents were from the ministry concerns with 45.2%. And for last 3 consecutive years, they have prepared around 4,274 tender documents with median value of 30. It was coming around 10 tender documents being prepared by the procurement officer concerns. With this, whatever informations that they have shared is very evident that it is very relevant to my study. In regard to the implementation of environmental criteria, in specific to procurement of goods, the 70% of procurement officer concerns, they has the knowledge and they understand how to go about using the environmental criteria. And 50% of the respondents agreed on having policies concerning environmental criteria. However, in contradictory, again, 80% of them agreed on importance to have an act and rules in place. Pertaining to consideration of environmental criteria in the tendering process, the type of environmental criteria used was ISO certifications, use of product with no hazardous waste over lifetime. Most of the respondents asserted that the need of environmental criteria has been mentioned during the preparation of technical specifications. However, majority of the respondents felt that price factor plays a vital role in award of contract. And in specific to procurement of paper, eco-level certification is one of the environmental criteria that they have been mentioning in the tender documents. In regard to the office supply, the energy use and energy saving options were was one of the main criteria been mentioned in the tender document. For information as a tool, they have been using the national guidelines, and the main obstacle that they have faced was due to lack of training for public procurement officers and lack of knowledge in regard to implementation of green public procurement or in cooperation of implementation of the environmental criteria in the tendering process in procurement of goods. Most of the respondents felt that it is very important for them to study the existing capacity of the supply market. For that, most of the respondents felt that it is paramount importance to conduct market study to confirm on the availability of green product. However, least of the respondents gave importance to check on the suppliers' initiative of recycling, reusing, and take-back schemes. For the second goal, this is the model that I have prepared. The hierarchical model of the final environmental criteria was established into three levels. The first one is the gold, followed by the main criteria, sub-associated with 20 different sub-criterions. For your kind information, these were the main and sub-criterions being identified after having conducted a comprehensive literature review After having identified the environmental criteria, then, as I mentioned before, MCDM method, that is an AHP model, has been implemented or adopted to prioritize the list of environmental criteria that can be adopted or mentioned in the tendering process in procurement goods law. So based on the weights provided by the experts' concerns, after having done the aggregation of all the weights provided by the experts' concerns, these were the three main sub-criterions that can be adopted in the tendering process in specific to procurement of goods law. The first one is use of recycled material, recyclable packages, and emission to water and air law. Having to identify the prioritized list, again, I have conducted a comprehensive literature review onto how to go about using these identified or prioritized list of environmental criteria that can be incorporated in the tender documents law. In regard to the use of recycled material, as per the literature review, we can choose the products that holds eco-label or any other relevant ISO certifications law. The procurer can choose techniques such as life cycle cost, life cycle assessment, carbon footprint, environmental product declarations, and risk assessment can be initiated in order to identify and then incorporate the use of the recycled material in the tendering process law. And there is also one area where we can focus more is the take-back scheme law. In order to support the recyclable packages, as per the literature review, we can mention the requirement of the recyclable packages in different stages of procurement process law. And it is important for the procurers to choose a product with less packaging or reusing packaging law. For emission to water and air, as per the literature review again, we have to choose a product that has energy efficient features, improve collaborative relationship with supplier, and it is very important to provide training and awareness to the procurement staff to adopt the EC law. Amongst many legislative laws in place, these are some of the paramount important laws in place to support GPP in our country law. The first one is the Environmental Assessment Act, the Public Finance Act, Waste Prevention and Management Act, National Environment Act law. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. In order to establish the criteria for sustainable public procurement, basically to incorporate in the tender document, I have used the descriptive research design to identify and to check into the implementation or of environmental criteria by the procurers law. In order to identify and prioritize the EC, I have used the mathematical model, that is AHP, to prioritize the list of environmental criteria that can be incorporated in the tender documents law. Having to prioritize the list of environmental criteria, further down the line, I have conducted a comprehensive literature review so as to implement in the tendering process law. With this, these are some of the recommendations to improve the existing study. It is paramount importance to conduct future study where we can focus more on strategies towards implementing GPP. An in-depth study needs to be conducted. And as I mentioned before, it is very important for all the procurement officers to be well aware about the laws in place. And we have to know more about certain techniques and tools in order to measure the life costing of any product that we procure. With this note, I would like to thank you for having patience to listen to my presentation. For details of my thesis, it can be found in Google, and one of the papers has been published in the Solid State of Technology, one of the websites in US. Thank you very much, La.
Thank you, Madam Sri, for concluding right on time. And now, with all presentation done for the session, I'll open the floor for discussion. If anyone among participants, audience have questions, you can directly type in the chat box. I'll read out to the speakers, presenters. Meanwhile, while people are trying to think of questions, I will start with few questions. Firstly, this is open to all the presenters, particularly in terms of the question would be in terms of policy issues. So when we talk about GPP, the green public procurement, it would entail having sort of a very conducive overall policy here in Bhutan as well. For instance, in EU, the countries that are adopting GBP, they have something called... Sorry, am I audible? Okay, so in terms of European countries, they do have something called circular economy, which enables sort of such kind of a public procurement system. And I wanted to ask this particular question to all the presenters here. You can take turn to respond whether Bhutan's economic policy, either reading through the current economic roadmap that is being developed, did you find some sort of what do you call it, overall objectives and policies that enable such kind of a procurement system in Bhutan? Anyone wants to respond first?
I can go first, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. And again, thank you for having us. Quickly, as I mentioned, I think in terms of policies and just generally as the country is guided by GNH, and I mean, starting from the constitution, I think it isn't really a matter of policy gap. And as with many things in Bhutan, I think between policy and implementation is the gap, I think. In my, in my research and sort of my time with GPP, of course, I think, as you say, if there is a specific policy like how, as you mentioned, circular economy or GPP as a sort of guiding policy, if there is something like that, then I think it helps focus sort of our attention to do green procurement. But at the same time, like if someone actually was looking really like understanding the policies we have in place that asks for environment protection, social safeguards. I mean, with GNH, I think GNH is our policy. So in many ways, I don't think there is a policy gap necessarily, but it is now, I think, upon us, the procurers, the government, to really translate what does this mean for us? What does GNH mean in procurement? I think this is something that we need to have a conversation more than changing policies and acts. And the reason, like in our project, where we didn't stress so much on the laws and policies, or that we felt like enough work is being done in Bhutan so far in terms of making our policies like very bright and shiny. So I think more work needs to be done in the details. Like I said, the devil is in the details. So I think we need to think about what does life cycle mean to us? What does, how does the SDGs or the bidders, like the instructions to bidders, in what way do we need to make it very specific to make it easy for people to now take on green public procurement? I think that's the challenge. And I think overall, I also feel like it is just the will of the people. I think if procurers as well as, suppliers, everyone feels that we need to, in order to protect our environment, it's not just planting trees. It's also what we consume. I think if that mindset can be sort of modified and switched in a little way, I think we can go a long way. So I think, in more than policies, just changing our mindsets and changing maybe very specific sort of way of doing things within procurement systems. So I'll stop there and maybe have others chime in. Les, thank you.
Les, maybe I'll just briefly respond to that query. One important aspect that we have, I think, seen as a policy reviewer or even to look at the law review, fundamentals that we find from our studies that there is a lack of mention of recycle policy. For example, we do not have a strong government policy on what to do with the products once we get inside. Basically, that breaks the life cycle of a public procurement system, and that is, I think, that is where the things go wrong. Whether it's a e-waste, whether it's a general waste that to related to green procurement. So I think, yes, fundamentally, if you look at the guiding principle, our principles are perfectly enshrined in the Constitution, but that has not really translated into government's policy. Coming up with what do we do with the life cycle. We are stuck at once we get into contracts and get the things in your country, then we really don't bother. I think the classic example is the DNP's auctioning of government, surrendered electronic devices. Nobody knows where does this go, and there is no clear mention in any of the procurement rules and regulations or that policy where it says where it should go and how it should be monitored. I think that gap needs to be, needs to be breached with a very strong policy, and then that policy should translate into a more implementable and realistic regulation within that. So that is, I think, what I have observed as an observer to this procurement system.
Thank you, La. If Madam Singh has nothing to respond, I'll ask another question. So I'll try to play sort of what do you call it, devil's advocate here in terms of GPP. So when we talk about green public procurement, then we're talking about higher cost upfront in Mawala and saving future cost. But in terms of public procurement here in Bhutan, there are lots of small businesses who are very dependent on government contracts and supplies. And as Finance Secretary Dashu mentioned earlier about the procurement policy, where she talked about non-discriminatory policy. So GPP might sort of exclude those small businesses from participating in public procurement in Nepal. So what could be sort of a solution to this kind of challenges for Bhutan? So maybe this could be a good question to Madam Sringla.
Las, I'm so sorry. I was like, in order to revert on one of the questions asked earlier. So for kind of information, as per the procurement rules and regulations, we do have certain areas where we can focus and mention on the requirement of green product or procurement of green products. So this is the time it is important for us to look into more about, as Madam Lam said, that it is important for us to mention the procurement of green products in our country, to look into the whole life costing of the product. So in that area, as mentioned earlier during the presentation of Madam Lam, we have different areas where we can qualify the green product, especially during the need assessment. It is very important for us to look into the availability of green product in the market. So after having done the need analysis, I think there is an area during the pre-qualification stage, the requirement can be met there. And of course, during the preparation of tender documents, especially in terms, as I mentioned in my presentation as well, most of the majority of the procurement officers, they have been mentioning the need of the environmental criteria or the green product during the preparation of technical specifications. Further down the line, during the preparation of the contract clauses, there are certain areas in SCCs where we can mention the need to let the suppliers deliver the green product. And in one of the slides also, I have even mentioned about the take-back schemes. I think this is a high time for the procurement officers or the procurers to be mindful about mentioning the need of the take-back schemes by the suppliers concerns. So if we can mention such kind of criteria in the tender document, I think the e-waste issues will definitely be resolved. So these are some of the points that I think we have to be mindful of. Thank you.
Lasla, thank you so much for your response. I think Sonam Singh has some thing to add, but before that, I am going to ask another question so that he can continue responding to that. In terms of, I think from the this morning session, the audit, what do you call it, Deputy Auditor's presentation, Auditor General's presentation earlier, he mentioned that while there are sort of our tendering process allows for both technical bid criteria as well as financial bid, but most of the procuring agencies are using only financial bids as sort of a criteria. And now we are adding environmental criteria to the, what do you call it, public procurement system. So if that is not working, would again, the procuring agency be willing to use sort of environmental criteria as one of the criteria for assessing the bids being submitted to the procuring agency? And would there be sort of ways and means as to incorporate or implement this kind of a system through a better way of contract drafting? So this is my question to Sonam Singh.
Yes, thank you. I think first, I think respond the first question, the first component. If you look at, I think, for example, China is a product, producer, larger producer in terms of electronic devices, e-waste. But China has been able to come up with numerous innovations to address that e-waste. For example, China has come up with the so-called as Baidu Recycle app, which connects all of the people within that cycle. So which Hima has told about small startups and entrepreneurs, where they could use the second-hand used products to market those and sell it to other areas, so that it really doesn't get on the way. Today, if we can't use one of our phones, we don't know where to dispose it of. We don't have outlets anywhere. We don't have any connections. But if we have this kind of connectivity in terms of I think that is the responsibility of government to connect different citizens of different areas of expertise, so that the waste, the recycling becomes easier, the electronic waste are taken care properly. So I think that these kind of things, connectivity must be done, and these are not expensive things. These are only ways if we are able to commit certain kind of innovation in that, and that should take care of that one. On the second component, and yes, I agree that unfortunately our tender committees have gone a little bit more on financial, possibly because they just didn't want to get audit memos at the end of the day. Because why did you spend that much money when somebody quoted lower than that, and they are not able to explain? That also says that DNP has more work to do, basically equipped and upskill the procurement officers in understanding the specifications and technicalities of different areas of a procurement system. I think procurement system is a very complex, and when you have a procurement officer who really doesn't understand about the components of that product, obviously to save himself and to be on the safer side, obviously they would then go to the financial bid, because that is the safest way. And that would happen with the same environmental. If they are not competent enough to understand the environmental implications in future, obviously they would then still go back to financial, because that's the easiest way to do. But procurement rule is very, very, I think, clear on that you can always have technical evaluations properly done, and you can award to a higher bidder who has charged more. But if you can really do well, and we have just seen in the morning that in hospital, you install some chilling product for 27 point something million, and then you auction that for a scrap for 240,000, which has become non-functional. And then that speaks itself whether lowest bidder in finance is always better or not. That itself shows I think fundamentally what is lacking is
there is a lack of expertise and skill in terms of procurement officers. We only have procurement officers probably not able to understand what we are purchasing, what we're procuring. So I think basically that goes back to Ministry of Finance and DNP possibly to need to upskill and make sure that we have right people in the procurement section rather than having a officer designated as a procurement officer. So if that is taken care, then I'm quite sure it will turn otherwise, I think, in long term, because obviously that's going to be much cheaper than having one-time investment.
Sir Numa, can I just add a little bit from my perspective? I think it was on your previous question.
Sure.
If I may, I think if I understand, your question was like when green products are more expensive and how do we deal with that? And also with promoting sort of local small enterprises as well. And I think in the work, I know it's been a long time for me, but in the work that we did, I think this question came up time and again. So some of the sort of strategies that I think other countries have employed that we could also do. First one was just purchasing in bulk. So rather than every institution saying like, I need one laptop or I need, 5 chairs, for the whole country to say, as a country, what's our demand for paper? What's our demand for electronics? What's our demand for X, Y, Z, which are very common items that everyone would need. And for these needs, if you place a bulk order from a supplier that can supply lower prices for bulk orders, I think that's one way to reduce sort of the cost of procuring something that might be greener, for example. So ordering in bulk and sort of the other way that I think one can do using sort of the e-procurement system is to have a centralized procurement system. And I think our Professor, what was his name? The Professor Christopher also mentioned a little bit on some of the other ideas as well in terms of using certain types of, I would say, IT technology enabled ways of knowing what we're going to procure and how to get that in the most cost-effective, cheap way. So you're not spending. This works well for goods. I think for infrastructure, it is much more complicated. So that has to be a little bit more, I think, thought through and research. The other way that we can go through sort of making green procurement more sort of reachable as a goal is to have framework agreements with small suppliers. So for example, rather than saying I'm going to buy 1 kg of potato from this farmer and 1 kg of potato from that farmer, which becomes very complicated, one school or the Ministry of Education could say, I want, this many metric tons of potatoes from, let's say, thousands of farmers. So this way, I think, again, like government can procure things and also really use this to sort of address sort of the social issues as well as environmental issues. So I understand, like, the bottom line is that sometimes green can be expensive, but at the same time, there can also be certain strategies that you can use that are beyond, I think, what is written. Like, you have to be a little bit, I think, more creative, I would say, in order to go ahead with GPP law. So I'll just stop there in the interest of time. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have 4 minutes. So since there's no question from audience, I get to ask again. So I'll take this liberty. And one final question to Madam Sringla. I think when you were talking about take back sort of a scheme and also looking at your model of GPP, I was thinking like it very well connects to something called circular public procurement in Europe. So I was thinking again in terms of our dependence on the external goods and everything coming from outside, how practical would take back sort of a scheme be in terms of Bhutanese procurement system?
Plus, thank you very much, Sir Ima. For that matter, as I mentioned before, I think we need to have a very collaborative relationship with the manufacturers' concerns. So in order to have such kind of skills, take back schemes and all, I think firstly we need to have the studies being carried out prior to conduction of or initiation of tendering process. So we have to look into certain areas where we have to find certain strategies to put in place in order to initiate such kind of take back schemes. So one of the best idea would be like, it is important for us to, have a very collaborative relationship with the supply concerns or the manufacturers concerns. As mentioned by Sir, that we have been importing a majority of goods from rest of the world. So I think we need to have strategies in place. Secondly, as I mentioned before, like if we procure the product which holds equal level, I think that is one component where we can take into account to procure green products. I think there are some ISO certifications, declarations, needed so that we can be assured of the products being supplied environmental friendly. So I think there are certain areas where we can look into. That's why I have mentioned saying that I think this is the time that we upskill the knowledge and enhance the information in regard to implementation of environmental criteria, starting from LCA or LCC or carbon footprint and all. I think this is the time where we upskill the knowledge of the procurement officer concerns, so that in the later stage, I think we can avoid receiving inferior quality of goods or unfriendly environment that has so much of harm on the environment. So, Sanjima, I think we need to conduct some more study in this regard.
Thank you so much. I think with this, we have around 1 minute or so, but this would be good time to conclude this session. And I would like to thank all the presenters for your wonderful presentations, and I really enjoyed conversations and the discussion that pursued through this session. Thank you so much. And with this, I also thank the conference coordination team for allowing me to moderate this session. And I think with this, I hand over the floor to the coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers and moderator Nima Dorshi for another fruitful session. We'll break for 30 minutes and join back at 4 p.m. for today's final session. Thank you. We are now moving to our final session, which will be moderated by Kezang Wangmo, our lecturer. Kezang Wangmo was appointed as junior lecturer at JSW Law in February 2017. She received her law degree from the ILS, Indian Law Society Law College in Pune, and completed her postgraduate diploma in national law from the Royal Institute of Management, Thimphu. She also completed internships at Bhutan Today, the Bhutan Travel Club, Thimphu Tromde, the Royal High Court, and the Bhutan National Legal Institute. She worked at STCBL, which is State Trading Corporation of Bhutan Limited, as the company secretary and legal counsel for a month before joining JSW Law. Kezang completed her master's in administrative law and public policy at the University of Sydney, Australia. I'd like to invite Kezang Wangmo to take over the session.
Thank you, Rinchen. Good evening to everyone and welcome to the last session for the day. My name is Kezang Wangmo and I look forward to moderating this session. This panel will be focusing on effective public procurement and how this can help the government see better value for the money. As public procurement accounts for a substantial portion of the taxpayers' money, governments are expected to carry it out efficiently and with high standards of conduct in order to ensure high quality of service delivery and safeguard the public interest. In the next hour, the panelists will examine the importance of procurement in accomplishing government's mission in procuring goods and services in a timely, economical, sustainable, and an efficient manner. So here is how the hour is going to work. Each panelist will present their paper for 15 minutes. And then after both are done presenting, we will open the floor for questions. So I would like to request the audience to write down any questions or doubts you may have for the discussion and leave it in the chat box, or use the button that says raise your hand and I'll call your name accordingly. Now let me introduce the first panelist for this session. We have Tashil Hendrup. Tashil Hendrup is the procurement officer at the Department of National Properties under the Ministry of Finance. He has been working as a procurement officer for the health sector for more than 10 years, where he carried out strategic planning and processes for the medical goods, which includes forecasting of the requirements, calling quotation, negotiating with users and suppliers, contractual management by taking delivery, checking quality of the delivered items, and centrally distributing to health facilities. Prior to becoming a procurement officer, he has worked as transport planner and administrative officer at Road Safety and Transport Authority. He also worked as a reporter for Bhutan Broadcasting Service, and he holds an honorary post as General Secretary of the Bhutan Weightlifting Association. He has a master's degree in logistics with a major in strategic procurement from Curtin University in Australia and a bachelor's degree in commerce from North Bengal University in India. Welcome, sir. Without further ado, let's get right into it. We will first start with Tashil Hendrup, who will present his paper on green public procurement. Plus, Tashil, sir, the floor is yours.
Kuzampola.
Kuzampola, sir.
You can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, very good afternoon to all the participants. I think you had a very heavy day, so I'll not take much of time for my presentation because I have seen already many of the speakers presenting on the green public procurement. But then just to connect to them, I thought that I'll present the green public procurement, which is going to be the future of the procurement in Bhutan. My earlier speakers, I heard them saying that there is scope of making green public procurement, implementing green public procurement in the procurement system of Bhutan. And then if I am right, Madam Pemalama also was talking about the work that is being done by green public procurement project of the Bhutan till 2017. So my presentation will briefly cover about the green public procurement that is now again being initiated by the Office of Consumer Protection, which is actually being funded by GIZ, German-based corporation who is looking after the Sustainable Development and Cooperation Office. This project actually is initiated by GIZ fund, and then we are directly under the control of the outreach office based in Thailand. So the Green Public Procurement Initiative is initiative for 4 more countries, South Asian countries like Bhutan, then Laos, DPR, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. So Bhutan is also very much included here. So to so in my presentation, I'll be talking about the procurement, the current procurement scenario in Bhutan, and then the which will be closely towards the topic green public procurement, and then the status of green public procurement in Bhutan. Then what are the possible entries? Because we all know that we have not yet initiated. Why we have not initiated, you will be able to know from my presentation. And if we are to initiate, where from we can start, we can we can also come to know from my presentation. Then who all should be the stakeholders and the players to initiate that project. So actually, I think it's not quite important for me to explain, because we have been going for 2 rounds of sessions about the green public procurement. But to give a light, to drag your focus towards my presentation, the green public procurement is actually to do the procurement in a reduced environmental impact way. And then green public procurement also can be synonym to the sustainable public procurement, which has a better social and environmental and economic performances. So we look from these 2 broad angles to do the green public procurement. Again, to green public procurement is actually directly linked with the SDG number 12, which is talking about the sustainable consumption and production. So sustainable consumption and production will talk all about the sustainable resource management by having the sustainability of the design, and then cleaner production and resource efficiency, sustainable transportation system, eco-labeling and certifications, sustainable procurement, sustainable marketing and sustainable life cycle, waste management. These are some of the things why we are directly linking our GPP with the sustainable and development goal. The procurement in Bhutan, actually to draw its origin, the team who is working on currently on the green public procurement, we have tried to draw the origin from the article number 9 of section 20 of the Constitution of Kingdom of Bhutan, which states that the state shall strive to create conditions that will enable the true and sustainable development of a good and compassionate society rooted in Buddhist ethos and universal human values. So to give an overview, the 17% of the GDP is spent on procurement activities. The procurement in Bhutan, again, if we look from the angle of the legal basis for the green public procurement, we also have some content in the public procurement rules and regulations, which is the latest one which we have is 2019, PRR 2019. Then we also have some areas to link with the National Environment Protection Act. And then we also have included in the 2018 to 23 National 5-year plan, 2018 to 23 5-year plan. Then public procurement rules and regulations, again the public procurement rules and regulation 2019 actually vaguely talks about the green public procurement. It just said that to procure goods, equipments, and materials which are environmental friendly where possible, say there is some word called where possible, so which we have considered that it's quite vague and weak to attract any kind of initiative for the green public procurement in that rule. And then evaluation criteria, we have looked down to the evaluation criteria where they stress on the green public procurement, but then it clearly spells out that on the factor of the price, then preferential treatment for goods of Bhutanese origin, the promised date of completion, after sales technical assistance, and commitment to the repairability, quality and technical merit of the work service supplies. The commitment to the repairability demand for local quality products are the closest link of the GPP and SPP and PRR in our SPP and PRR. In terms of national, in the content of the National Environment Protection Act, it includes some non-binding recommendations for environmental protection. It is not mentioning anything about the public procurement. So, for example, on the page 21 out of 53, it is saying that government may encourage voluntary eco-labeling or eco-auditing schemes through fiscal incentives and other means. And on the other hand, it is also saying that encourage operators whose activities have significant impact on the environment to inform the public voluntarily of the environmental impact of their activities and products. The National Environment Protection Act does not describe the scope of possible actions for fiscal incentives to encourage more sustainable production and consumption. So here we see that we can make it a binding one for the future procurement. There is a scope to make it a binding one for the future procurement in Bhutan. If you look at the 12th five-year plan, the current plan, so it also have some link with the green public procurement. It straight away it doesn't say it, but then it also says that it is talking actually about the opportunities, the strategic frameworks, then national key result areas. So if you look downwards to the national key result area 5, it talks about healthy ecosystem service maintained, that which includes actually the nature, forest conservation, and air qualities. And then the other national key result area number 6 talks about the carbon neutral climate and disaster resilient development. Then greenhouse emission, emitted forest sink capacity. These are some of the vague things that is being talked in the 12th five-year plan. So here we find some scope that we can link it and then reinitiate the green public procurement in Bhutan. So the above 3 acts and rules, when we look at them, these are the overview that we are getting. So for the 17% of GDP expenditure in procurement activities, the procurement rule is vaguely talking about it's talking about the local products and repairability and quality, but then it is not talking or not encouraging to input the environmental commitment, which is left as a voluntary one. And then the National Environmental Protection Act is non-binding to the green public procurement if you directly view from the point of green public procurement. And then the National 5-year plan has some link where it is talking about the sustainability, then SDGs, and then the carbon neutrality. So far, we have also started to actually doing a few of our referring and references and research. And then we found that the Green Public Procurement Project was there. And then I think it was there till 2017. So far, the information that we got is it was ended in 2017. Under this project, there are so many publications which are quite useful for the current project team to pick up from there. We found that they have also published an analysis of the legal basis for the green public procurement, example for good practices, and a step-by-step guide on how GPP could be implemented in Bhutan, an explanation of the strategic management of GPP programs, guidance on how to introduce environmental and social criteria into the procurement process, then product criteria for goods and services, and recommendations for further readings. But then this is actually the status that we have found in that project, that it is left till what I have explained in 2017, and from there it is not at all not included in PRR. So I think there was no continuity. From there, it has not gained any momentum. So the current team who is actually working to initiate the green public procurement is already looking how to take it from here. So the possible entry points for the Bhutan, the outcome of so far discussion of the team and then whichever agencies we have involved, we have come to find out that we will have to include binding in environmental criteria in PRR, procurement rules and regulations, and then standard bidding documents, requests for proposals and tender evaluation, etc. So by doing that only, we will be able to integrate the value for money principle linked to sustainability objectives, then preferences for environmental friendly products. So life cycle costing in all stages of procurement and e-catalog for suppliers and product services. These are some of the areas which we can cover by directly including the binding environmental criteria and procurement rules and regulations. So not only that, but then the team also have actually initially we have also come up with a strategy where we will have to train do the capacity building of the technical team or the officials who are actually will be involved in the procurement process, how to take up those green public procurement. And then so far we have received 2 rounds of training. Whoever is involved in the green public procurement project now are being trained how to carry the life cycle costings. But then in the interest of time, I had to take this out because those things are quite a lengthy one. So I just have taken it out. So the direct changes that we have seen. So these are some of the areas we have just seen that we can get the access to put or the space to put the green procurement criteria. So here in 43, the award criteria of the standard bidding documents just says that it will be awarded to the lowest evaluated bid and the bidders who has the capacity to perform the contract satisfactorily. If you look on the other side of the suggestion, the Indonesian rule states that good must be manufactured domestically, spare parts, after sale service, and must be provided domestically. So these are some kind of the criteria that we can put. And then on the other hand, on the left side, if you look at the GCC 24.2 or the packing materials, we are not at all concerned what kind of packing materials the goods are coming in. So we are just saying that it will have to be packed properly and then to absorb the shocks so that the goods are not destroyed or they get damaged. But then we can also come up with some kind of criteria where we can say that packing materials must be 100% recycled fiber, or they will also have to mention the timber products must be stated. And then they can also, we can also have the option to say that timber products must be at least 50% sustainably sourced as verified by the FSC level of equivalent. So these are some of the areas that we are actually looking at. So this will be the areas where we will have to make changes if we are to come up with a green public procurement. And then these are the initial stage of actually the products and services that we have identified to greening it. If you look down, so food and forestry products, cements, office equipment and electrical lighting, and then relevant services like hotels and restaurants, transportation and vehicular repair. But then now the OKO Institute based in Germany has already identified about 20 products. The slide actually is showing only the broad categories of the products that can be green, implemented with the green public procurement. Otherwise, the institute has already identified 20 more products. So we will, if required, I can share it with later on. So then the team working on the green public procurement for Bhutan also have identified that there are so many certification levels, but then their recommendation is we should not overwhelm or we should not confuse the users with so many levels of certifications. They were suggesting that if there can be something like Bhutan standard certification mark, so that every eco-labeling can be marked with the Bhutan standard certification mark, so that they will be less confused while doing the operation of the procurement. The stakeholder and the technical committee that we actually have identified to work for this green public procurement is the Minister of Finance, since it's the parent agency or the owner of the procurement rules and regulations. So from there again, the Department of National Properties and then Department of National Budgets are included. So under the Ministry of Economic Affairs, the Office of Consumer Protection is actually looking after this project. And then we have also included the Construction Development Board, Bhutan Standard Bureau, and Royal Audit Authority and DHI. So everybody actually understands, or everybody knows why the trend green public procurement is have become very loud these days. But then here we can term it that the procurement can be a powerful tool in meeting environmental, social, and economic policy objectives, or it can be a part of the problem. So that's why we feel that green public procurement is now very important for any kind of procurement to initiate. So this is my short presentation. So if there's any question and answer.
Last, thank you, Latashi sir. We're very excited to see how the current procurement rules and regulations will change in order to embody the green procurement values in the coming years. So as for the Q&A session, we will do after our second and also our last speaker. Last. Thank you. Our second speaker and also our last speaker for the session is Kile Gelsen. Kile Gelson is a senior attorney leading the legal unit at Gelsung National Project under His Majesty's Secretariat. He provides legal service related to drafting and reviewing contractual frameworks and other legal documents. He also advises on compliance with relevant laws, along with addressing disputes and litigations. The Gelsung project requires him to focus on framing contractual frameworks for procurement of goods, works, and services. And prior to joining Gelsung, he worked at the Department of Justice, Office of Attorney General as a public prosecutor. He also served as a government expert for the United Nations Convention Against Corruption Review Mechanism, as a task force member for trafficking in persons, and as a working group member for National Digital Identity Program. In addition, he has served as a resource person for TIP workshops conducted by the Department of Law and Order, Ministry of Home and Cultural Affairs, in collaboration with the United Nations Organization for Drugs and Crime. Welcome to the panelists, sir. Kile Gelson, sir, will present his paper on adoption of best practices in framing contractual framework for public procurement. Please take over, La.
Thank you. Thank you, La. I have a technical problem here. Just hold on.
Sir, should we share your presentation from our end, La?
Sure, La.
Las.
Just a minute, La. Can you see my presentation, La?
Sir, have you sort of shared your screen now?
Yes, La. Can you see, La?
Sir, can you share your presentation? Okay, now we can see. La.
My presentation, right, La?
We saw it for a fleeting second, then it sort of went back to you. Now we can see your presentation. La.
Yes, La. Can you see more, La?
Yes, La. Yes.
Yes, thank you, La. Thank you, La. Good evening to you all. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. I would like to thank the JSW Law College for inviting me to participate in the first ever National Contract Conference. As you can see on the screen, the topic for this session is the adoption of best practices in framing contractual frameworks. This presentation is of particular interest to all the distinguished participants, as you all are the key players in the public procurement. I've structured my presentation into 5 topic items. First, I would like to give you an overview of the Royal Vision for the Gelsung project. Second, I will discuss Gelsung project's contract framing process and contractual frameworks adopted based on the Royal Vision. Third, I will take you through what needs to be included in the contractual frameworks and what are the best practices that may be adopted for the success of the project. And fourth, I will highlight what needs to be excluded in the contractual frameworks. And fifth, I'll discuss the challenges that we see in the public procurement. And finally, I will end my presentation with few recommendations which may be considered in the way forward for the enhancement of the public procurement. If you have any questions or if there is something which needs clarifying, please feel free to interrupt me at any time. So coming to the vision, the vision out here is that I'm referring to the Royal Vision for the Gelsung project. We all know His Majesty the King during the royal address at the 112th National Day on 17 December 2019 announced the commencement of the Gelsung National Service. His Majesty has envisioned the institution of the Gelsung as a means to empower all Bhutanese youth to participate in the process of nation building to further enhance the security, peace, unity, harmony, and sovereignty of our nation. And accordingly, Gelsung Infra has been established as a separate organization to carry out the design works and build infrastructures for the 5 Gelsung academies, where the youth, Bhutanese youth, will undergo Gelsung training. And currently, we are being supported by the staff from 22 different agencies, which includes government organizations, armed forces, corporate bodies, and private entities. And with regard to the project, the Royal Vision is to engage reputed international companies for the engagement of international companies. And based on the security of the project, we are exercising the privileges to deviate from the standard government procurement system and use our tailor-made contract forms for procurement of goods, works, and services. And we have specific comment to exercise due diligence and strictly comply with the laws. In short, through engagement of reputed companies and experts, the Royal Vision is to introduce latest innovation and technologies in the construction industry, enhance and professionalize quality construction, develop new skills and opportunities, versatility and add value to our existing services, and better management with more efficiency. And in the event, if we have any, disputes with international companies, the disputes will be referred to SIAC for arbitration. And this is to avoid similar issues like in Mangdishu hydroelectric project and Bill company. And why SIAC? It is an independent and neutral venue and reputed in solving cross-border disputes. And Singapore is also one of the most preferred seats of the arbitration in the world. And it has also robust and efficient legal system as well as judiciary that is supportive of arbitration. With regard to the contractual frameworks, so I'll be discussing a little bit about contractual frameworks adopted and what are the contract framing process and guidelines in the place and systems benchmarking. As you can see on the master plan out here, in total, we have 449 activities, so which are broadly categorized into buildings, infrastructures and services, facilities and amenities, landscaping and site development. And in order to carry those 449 activities, we have sequenced the activities into design phase and execution phase. In the design phase, we have architectural design, structural design, interior design, MEP design, and also the specification of the materials and cost estimates and BOQ for each activity. And in terms of execution phase, we have schedules like when and how to take up the activities, when you want to complete, like milestone dates, and project monitoring or progress monitoring, quality assurance. For that, we have about 7 guidelines in the place. And the guidelines are for good project governance structure, clarity on the roles, responsibilities, accountability, and proper channel of authority for effective implementation of the project. So with regard to contract framing process, the technical team, being the subject matter of expertise, prepare terms of reference for consulting services and employers' requirements for specialized works. And they discuss with the procurement department, PMC, as you can see here, they discuss with the PMC and PIC, Project Implementation Committee. We have 5 project sites. Each project site has like a PIC. And after finalizing the terms of reference or employers' requirements, they hand over it to the procurement department. And the procurement department, in collaboration with the technical team, they do the procurement jobs such as like invitation of expression of interest, invitation for bids, receiving an offer, evaluation, competitive dialogues, and negotiation with the companies. And finally, they put up the evaluation report to the PMC for approval. Once the PMC approves the offer and the bids submitted by the companies, then the procurement department, they refer it to the legal unit for drafting and review or vetting of contractual frameworks. And the legal unit closely worked with the international legal expert, Drew and Napier. It's a law firm based in Singapore. So finally, they do the review and vetting of our contractual framing processes. And based on these, we have contractual frameworks adopted. And the first one is the standard contract agreement for consulting services. And we also adopted standard invitation for bids and purchase order with terms and conditions for procurement of general goods. And we also have standard invitation for bids or request for proposal and contract agreement for specialized works. So specialized works out here is those specialized works which are not in the EPC turnkey or design, build and operate. And we also have standard level contract agreement for procurement of small works. And with regard to the procurement of specialized works, this is also based on the Royal Vision. So our intention here is to bring in the modern technology level, modern technology to build the or construct the buildings through modern technologies, like we call it pre-engineered building. So the project will be delivered through EPC, turnkey or design and build. As you can see on the photo, we have like about 7 buildings, barrack, we call it barracks. In other words, it's a hostel. So each building has like built up areas and project scale is massive. So for this, we will be bringing in international PEB companies. And Gelsung will prepare only employers' requirements and provide only concept drawings. Now, when it comes to the contractual frameworks, so we are benchmarking the FedEx contracts like Silver Book and Red Book. So Silver Book, it is like EPC turnkey project, and for Red Book is for design, build, and operate in Mebala. And with regard to the request for proposal, we are benchmarking World Bank and Asian Development Bank's standards. So now this is my third agenda. So based on our Gelsung's practices, I would like to discuss a little bit about inclusions in the contract clauses and best practices for the success of the project. So in the contract clauses, I'll discuss a little bit about liquidated damages in the contract for consulting services, intellectual property rights, design liability, governing law, and dispute settlement. So with regard to the liquidated damages, this is especially with the contract for consulting services, especially when timing is a factor or time is of the essence in the contract for consulting services. So LD is one of the endgame provisions of the contract. So we need to we need to provision this in the contract agreements. So just to ensure that services are not delayed by the consultants and services are delivered within the time, within the scheduled milestone dates. As rightly pointed out by Tashu, Deputy Auditor General in the morning, he also discussed about the fixing accountability or, making the consultants liable for their services. So this is one of the, one solution that we can implement. So based on the legislation, the Contract Act of Bhutan, we can set this in the and intellectual property rights. This can be also included in the contractual frameworks. So basically, this is to maintain the ownership of the documents prepared by the specialized contractors or consultants. This is to protect plan, drawings, designs, and other technical know-how developed by the consultants and contractors, especially in the specialized works. And in terms of legislation, we have Contract Act, Copyright Act of Bhutan, and then Industrial Property Act of Bhutan 2001. So design liability is also one that can be included in the contractual frameworks. So comparing to the general liability, design liability is much broader. It is the only coverage that will respond to the purely economic loss related to negligent design or other errors in the performance of contractual obligations. It also covers bodily injuries or property damage that results from wrongful acts in the performance of professional services. So we actually know in most of the common law and civil law jurisdictions, their law mandates the professional liability. They require to have certain amount as professional liability insurance. In other words, it is called liability cap. I think this is missing in Bhutan. For example, currently Gelsung has engaged many Singaporean consultants. So we have imposed such obligations. And in the event they have secured professional liability insurance in terms of millions. So when coming to the design liability, now it is the standard what kind of design you want, technical specifications Hanzumgi invest and duration now duration in terms of it can be compared with the defect liability. So our procurement rules and regulations, the minimum of the defect liability period is 12 months. But in terms of design, it can be minimum 50 years, or it can even set to 70 to 80 years duration of the design liability. So this is also, design liability is also one of the risk allocation mechanism. For example, you engage international companies to undertake a specialized works, and you define the employees' requirements when you want the contractor to complete the project and what kind of design you want. After determining all this under the employer's requirements, then you hand over it to the specialized contractor. And once they take up, then you are transferring the risks or allocating the risks to the specialized contractors. So this is the one way that we allocate the risks to the the contractors. So in the event it is the single liability, single risks liability. And the other condition that we can set is, since in Bhutan we do not have certified technical institution who can vet the design and all, so we can impose such requirements so that they can comply by engaging the international companies to review and vet their designs. I'll not discuss this one like this because this is for Bhutanese contractors. And with regard to the contracts with international consultants and contracts, now with regard to the governing law, for the performance of contract, we have set laws of Bhutan as the governing law. But with regard to the settlement of dispute law, we have set laws of Singapore as the governing law for dispute settlement. This is also based on the Royal Vision. And the dispute settlement is, with regard to dispute settlement, the first approach is through amicable settlement between the parties. If the parties are not able to settle, then the dispute will be referred to the Dispute Avoidance and Adjudication Board. In short, it is DAAB. So it is independent panel of 1 or 3 construction experts. FIDIC strongly recommends the employer to have a DAAB, especially in the specialized contracts, because of the advantages not only during the project implementation phase, but also during the arbitration process. Any international or national third-party lawyer or consultant can be engaged on periodic basis as a DAAB member. And DAAB member so appointed should be someone who has experience in FIDIC contracts and Bhutanese laws in this law. So in the event if the DAAB is not able to settle the dispute, then the dispute will be referred to the SIAC. Now coming to the adoption of best practices for the success of the project. So I'll basically discuss this few topics like terms of reference, employers requirement, then Incoterms, then estimates, design monitoring and quality assurance, and ERP system, combined services, resource planning, and bioaesthetic plantation. So terms of reference, I already emphasized because importance of having this. And it is the part of tender dossier. And it is also the fundamental basis to translate the business deal into contract concepts. And as I already discussed about the risk allocation mechanism, when you transfer the risks to the consultant, and when the employer transfer the risks to the contractors, and what are the risks shared between the employer and the contractors. And this is also one of the basis of the building blocks of the contract, like representation and warranties, covenants. So the terms of reference and employers' requirements are utmost important. And coming to the Incoterms, so it is important to implement the Incoterms, especially when you engage the international companies, and the works involves design, then manufacture, and supply, transport, and installation at the project sites. And Incoterms are the international commercial terms published by the ICC, and it's also part of the international commercial law. And basically, it is for the logistic arrangement. And the relevant laws that we have is the Commercial Sale of Goods Act of Kingdom of Bhutan, then Sales Tax, Customs and Excise Act, and the Contract Act. Now, if you refer these legislations, there are similar Incoterms used, there are three Incoterms, FOV, CIF, FAS. These three terms are also used in the Sales Tax, Customs and Excise Act for indirect tax assessments. Now, if you refer clearly, these three terminologies used in Bhutanese legislations are only used in sea and waterway transport under Incoterms. So this appears that we may have to amend the relevant laws accordingly. Now, with regard to the cost estimates, we have three comparisons. One is the Gelsung rate, the other one is the BSR, and the market rate. Now, our Gelsung's cost benchmarking is the Gelsung's rate because it is the lowest comparing other two rates. And Gelsung's rate is determined based on the market research and analysis. And now, if the contractors they submit the offer and their offer is within the Gelsung rate, then we directly award the contract to the contractors. So basically, this cost estimate is prepared only for smaller constructions. The other one I wanted to discuss is design monitoring and quality assurance. It is also one of the most important methodologies. And the objective is for construction planning, proper construction planning, then procurement of services, materials and equipment, inspection and testing of equipment or testing of the construction itself, quality assurance and audits, then project progress monitoring. So we have two teams. One is quality assurance team, then other one is the quality control team. Quality assurance team is based in the head office, and quality control team is based in the project sites. At the head office, QA team is to ensure correct implementation of design and specifications, and QC team at the project sites is to ensure quality of construction. So if you look at the photo, this is how we carry out the design monitoring, quality inspection and testing at Gelsung project sites. We have 5 Gelsung project sites. In each project site, we do similar activities. And work implementation plan and work closure report. So in short, I'll call the WIP. So WIP is before start of the work, and WCR is after completion of the work. And this WIP and WCR needs to be submitted to the Gelsung head office. And the project managers and project engineers at each project sites are responsible to submit this WIP and WCR. And Gelsung project officer is
overall head of each Gelsung project sites. So they have to ensure that WIP and WCR submitted to the Gelsung head office in accordance with the quality assurance guideline. And enterprise resource planning system, this is a kind of ERP system that we use. So objective is to enhance productivity and enhance efficiency and effective compilation of books of accounts, which we do not have to do it manually. And it also facilitates real-time information flow among project sites. As I already said, we have 5 project sites and 3 liaison offices and head office. And if you look at this diagram here, so ERP system, it controls everything like procurement and liaison, design specification, estimate, reporting of WIP and WCR, project progress monitoring, then HR related and administration, asset and inventory, then finance, everything is controlled by the ERP system. And the other thing I wanted to show you is about the project progress monitoring through ERP system. So progress of individual work activity and progress of each project site and progress of overall project. So this is done through ERP system. So if you closely look, refer this. So we have 5 project sites. Each project site has progress, like different progress percentage. So this is the overall, project progress at the moment. This is live. We can see changes on daily basis. And the combined services is one thing that I wanted to also share because objective is to ensure that services are in a common service corridor for ease of construction and maintenance. And existing issues that you see is like each services use its own corridor, carry out digging at its own convenient time, causing inconvenience to the public, and improper design of services crossings leading to the blockage and overflow of stormwater. So if you look at this master plan, we will be having about 5 types of utilities, water supply and fire protection, then including sanitary, sewer, stormwater and sewer, power supply, ICT. And examples are like, we have did research, our technical team has did a research based, through like common services in Singapore. So benefits are like reduction in construction costs and resolve individual issues holistically, allow simultaneous construction of roads, buildings and services, then efficient coordination among the service providers and convenience of future expansion. So our execution modality is like with the stakeholders. First, we determine the terms of reference. Then either we execute a contract agreement or MOU. That is for collective impact, then for proper collaboration, cooperation and coordination, then knowledge sharing, and at the end, terms of reference, contract agreement, and MOU also determines the accountability. At the end, who will be held liable. Then resource planning is something that Gelsung Infra has practicing at the moment. The objective is to avoid duplication on quantity and specification and maintain consistency on specifications of the materials. Then ascertain clarity with designer, procurement team and implementation team at the project sites. So if we look at this diagram here, the resource planning, they collaborate and work closely with the infrastructure team, procurement team, project sites, and consultants. So they do the review of design specifications, and they also review the quantity required for each project site. They seek clarification from respective procurement team or suppliers or the construction companies, and they also receive the design, seek clarification, and then based on the work plan, then they seek feedback, and at the end they submit the requirements. So this is how the resource planning they function. So this is also one thing that I wanted to share because this is also one of the best practices. So if you look at this architectural design here, you see architects, they have beautifully designed. So when you hand over the project,
So everyone will expect the same thing. So the objective is seamless connection between planning, greening, and landscaping. And Gelsung Infra has specifically adopted a guideline for bioaesthetic plantation in Gelsung academics. And the objective is for environmental preservation and promotion. I think which was highlighted in the morning sessions. And preservation and promotion of ecology and efficient connectivity between the design and the implementation phase. And climate responsive design and sustainability. So these are some of the photos that I wanted to show because Gelsung project has already started started the bioaesthetic plantations at each Gelsung project site. So I just wanted to share like 2 points with regard to exclusions. This is my fourth agenda. So setting conditions or giving rights to the contractors or the suppliers or consultants. So to terminate the contract for delay payments by the employer or to claim interest by the consultants or contractors on delay payments also. So this, I think, is best to exclude unless they propose because disputed payments, especially if the contractor or consultant, if they want to exit unprofitable contract, they might do that still. So I think this needs to be excluded. This is based on the recommendations from international experts as well. Our lawyers, they also recommended the same way. And if you set such conditions, then it forms one of the main building blocks of the contract. So this is my fifth agenda, second last slide. So with regard to the challenges, now the first thing that I want to share is lack of specific law to ensure quality construction and address liability and accountability of the professionals, consultants and contractors, especially design fault, design errors, negligent. And then, as I already discussed about the Commercial Sale of Goods Act in comparison with the International Incoterms Law, so that Commercial Sale of Goods Act also needs some amendments. And lack of contract experts and other relevant professionals and practitioners, that's also one of the challenges. And diplomatic relations and trade relations with foreign countries. So especially like in China, there are so many PEB companies who are competent. You want to engage them, but it's not possible because we do not have diplomatic relations. Even the companies, they decline to participate. And lack of professional liability insurance scheme and again policy. That's also one of the challenges. And even if we have a good procurement system or robust procurement system, but reputed companies are reluctant to participate. That is also one of the challenges. So my final slide, I have some few recommendations. So first is the enactment of the specific law to ensure quality construction and address accountability and liability. Then, as I already pointed out in the challenges, amendment of existing law in line with international standard, capacity development of relevant professionals, like we need contract specialists and engineers or lawyers, expert in international contracts and arbitration. And it is also, important to have legal experts or involve legal experts in drafting and reviewing of contractual frameworks, especially for the specialized works, and implementation of design monitoring and quality assurance mechanism, and also the resource planning and implementation of systems, like I have already shared you, ERP system, and proper planning and execution of combined services together. Plus, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lassa. Thank you for such a detailed presentation. We're very excited to see Gelsung project setting examples for construction and procurement practices in the country. The floor is now open for questions. And since we don't have any questions from the audience at the moment, let me ask the first question. So my first question is to Sir Tashilendup. So according to research, the quality of goods and services procured is the main problem with procurement in the country. So do you think the main cause of the issue is with the procurement rules and regulation, or do you think it's a systemic issue where sort of there's a norm of giving the bid to the lowest bidder? That's Tashi, sir.
So thank you very much for the question. Actually, it would be unfair for me to point out that the procurement rule itself is the one which is causing the problem of procurement goods or inferior quality of goods. I would disagree with that. Like in many of the presentations, I think we were always pointing out that the rules are good. The guidebooks or the documents that are related to the procurements are all good. Only thing is that people who are actually executing it, or let's say that who are actually processing it, are not competent enough. So that could be one reason. And in the morning also, when I was listening to the presentation of the Deputy Auditor General, so it was clear that many of the bids were like price driven, so which indicated that the award actually was given to the one which has actually quoted the lowest. So in my office, we have actually debated that maybe the word itself, which we have said that lowest evaluated bid itself is giving a wrong picture to the people who are actually working in that circle. So we will have to change the terminology. I think we have changed it to best evaluated bid. Actually, lowest evaluated bid, if we really look at the definition, it clearly says that price is only one factor. So where you will have to decide to reach to a decision to do the selection, you will have to first look at the price, then you will have to look at the quality, then you will also have to look at its reliability, then in terms of specifications, whether it will be fit for use or not. But then let me disclose here that many of the people who are actually doing the evaluation, and then the things, I think they are actually scared of the auditors. It's just that because they are not giving any, it's my practical experience that I'm sharing, but then many of the evaluation team, they are not getting anything to do the evaluation, but the amount of the risks they are taking is sometimes in millions, sometimes in billions more. But then at the end of the day, they also do not want to get objected or get any kind of objection instead of getting recognition. So once or twice, or in at least once in a lifetime, the evaluators who actually have joined us evaluation team might have get objections, and then they had a difficult time to clear that audit memos. And also then we also come across the people who are actually saying that it is always easy for us to choose the cheapest one, so that we do not have to explain to anyone, or our life is easy, so we can sleep peaceful dreams. And there is kind of this kind of perception in the mind of the evaluation. So then we think that it's not the rule, but then it's the understanding of the people. There are a gap of understanding between the purchasers and oversight agencies, and then they have to be scared of each other. And so then they're just taking the easy steps to get to that.
Las, thank you so much for your honest answer. Given the time limit, I'll just ask one last question. And since we still don't have any questions from the audience, I'll take the liberty to ask the last question to Sir Kinde. Sir Kinde, you mentioned that Gelsung Infra has their own procurement guidelines. So are the guidelines just for the construction of the project phase? And secondly, sort of how different are the guidelines compared to the procurement rules and regulation 2019?
Thank you for the question. In my presentation, as I have already explained about the 7 types of guidelines. But in particular to the procurement, we have procurement guidelines for goods, services, and works. So in terms of the differences, I think there are only few notable differences. The first one is like in terms of procurement guideline, rules and regulation 2019, there is a threshold amount, but in Gelsong we don't have that one. Rather, we have divided the procurement of works into 2 different parts. One is general purchases, and the other one is the specialized works. So we have the privilege to procure goods, works, and services through direct contracting, without following the tendering processes, except in the specialized works. But in terms of specialized works, we have to follow the tendering processes. But however, even in the general purchases, we have to strictly, follow the due diligence and comply with relevant laws. And when it comes to the general purchases, we have the liberty to negotiate with the suppliers, contractors, with strict due diligence. And for the specialized, our procurement method is quite unique. Like we have 3 stages. So first of all, we have to follow the tendering processes. And in the first stage, we have a technical committee who will do the profiling and shortlisting of the international companies or companies within Bhutan. And then after that, we will invite for expression of interest. Then we also invite for bids, Then they also do the technology and commercial inquiry. And in the second stage, they will do the evaluation process. Then they also engage in competitive dialogues with the companies. And third stage is the decision. Then we award the contract. But in the decision level, so many high level are involved, because the specialized works, we cannot, go wrong. Last.
Thank you so much, Sir Kinde. We had one of our online participants, Dashu Tenzin, raise his hand. So, Dashu, if you have any questions, you can take the floor.
Thank you. My question is to Kile sir. In one of your recommendations is to come up with the specific laws that can probably address the quality issues in public contracts and also fix the accountability. So I was thinking, what kind of law are you thinking when we talk about, coming up with the law? Because from my understanding, we cannot actually have one abstract law that will govern all the public contract works, because all the projects are different. So therefore, I think technically it has to be based on a contract or an agreement between the procuring agency and the contractor itself. So, ani team di kazum china yachin zoachin kazum chizoni nanichi tujina nami wachin sunamela.
Thank you, Tashidinzin. Thank you for your question. So the specific law that specific law is related to a construction ila. So in the construction process, like pre-construction process, it is the planning and preparation phase. And during construction phase, it is the implementation phase. And post-construction, it is the O&M, operation and maintenance phase. So in these 3 processes, there are so many things related to the construction. So the question starts with like, what are the requirements, technical design specifications, standards, costs, and quantity, and what kind of experts, and how about the cost? First starts with that, and then second is why is such requirements, and why we need it, and then third, how to ensure such requirements in the planning phase. So for that purpose, we need like specific law that deals with such requirements. We feel that we and the other during the construction phase or implementation phase, how to implement such requirements and who will implement it. Beside the contract, what we need, do we need backup, some kind of like legislation? And then post-construction operation and maintenance phase. Now, who is the obligated to whom in terms of, operation and maintenance? And what is the obligation related to operation and maintenance? A good example is like we have a case ongoing before Timur District Court, like between OEG and NHTCL, the collapse of the electric pole due to rust and something. So in such case, like who is accountable and how you will held liable, and there is whether there is a negligent or not, or is it because of the design faults or design errors? So which law will address this? And what is the quantum of damages you want to award in such defaults? And there are also financial implications resulting due to defaults of the contractors and consultants. So how you will address this? So basically, we are thinking that like common law and civil law jurisdiction, they have like civil courts, especially it deals with the related to the construction. And in some of the European countries, they also have building and construction act. So just I am hinting whether it is like relevant to have in Bhutan's law.
Let's go to Sheila.
Now with this, I would now like to end this session and take the time to thank both the speakers for such brilliant presentations. Sorry. Thank you to our online participants as well for joining the session online, and wishing everyone a wonderful evening. Good night.
Thank you to the speakers and moderator for yet another interesting session. With this, we are now done with today's program. There is a saying, when there is a meeting, then there will be goodbye. I would like to sincerely acknowledge our Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency, for giving us your valuable time and mighty presence. Thank you to all today's keynote speakers, esteemed guests, presenters, moderators, and participants for the awe-inspiring, intellectual, and interactive session. There was so much to learn, aspire, and look forward to. I hope that through the various presentation and interactive discussions, a lot of us have benefited today. To our conference coordinating team, our 3 faculty coordinators, ICT team, state services, secretarial, and support staff, they have been invisibly supporting this whole program. I would like to thank everyone for the unwavering support rendered. We'll see you all tomorrow with yet another beautiful session with a new set of speakers, content, and interaction. Till then, please get a good rest and stay safe and healthy. Thank you all.